just like that, look at all these beautifully wrapped fall treats. Now you have no excuse to ever show up empty-handed to a party again.
This is Cooking Up a Storm. I'm Al Roker. Today, we are turning to one of the most revered chefs of our time to tackle one of the most popular side dishes of the Thanksgiving meal. Joining us, the one, the only, Ina Garten, known to a lot of folks as the Barefoot Contessa. She's so incredibly popular, mainly because she makes great cooking accessible for so many of us. From her popular Food Network show, Barefoot Contessa, to her, I think, 300 cookbooks. Ina reminds us all that being a good cook is within our reach, especially if you follow her recipes. Today we're going to hone in on a recipe of hers that truly shines, her Parmesan smashed potatoes. Ina, thanks for joining us on the podcast.
I'm very flattered. And actually, this recipe is from my first book, the Barefoot Contessa Cookbook.
Really?
It really is.
Is Thanksgiving your favorite holiday?
Absolutely.
Why?
It's just to me, unlike Christmas, which has so much going on.
Yeah.
It's just your favorite people are invited for dinner, and everything is absolutely delicious. It's old-fashioned, but kind of updated in a nice way, the way that, it's mashed potatoes, but they're done a little better than you expect them to be.
When they were coming up with the ideas for what recipes we could get, they said, what's some of your favorites? And after I rattled off a bunch, one of my producers said, what about mashed potatoes? I'm not a big fan of the mashed potato because I'm sure you've tried a number of things. You've probably not had great mashed potatoes in your time.
Well, I just think the key to mashed potatoes is what you add to them to make them have great flavor. So it's about the flavor, the texture, and I think two things people really miss a lot in almost every recipe is the salt. It needs a lot of salt to give it flavor, but also it needs something with an edge. Very often it's like lemon zest or something like that. In this one, it's Parmesan cheese. Oh. It's something that's a little sharp that kind of wakes up your taste buds. But usually mashed potatoes is potatoes, cream, butter, and not enough salt. And it's boring. So the Parmesan mashed potatoes have texture, they have flavor. The sour cream has kind of a tangy edge to it. So it's really what you bring to it that makes all the difference.
In a sense, it seems to me that this recipe is actually easier than mashed potatoes.
So much easier. Because first, you don't have to peel them. Second, they cook very quickly because they're small potatoes. And then you just mix them in a mixer, which is as easy as it gets. When I'm thinking about a recipe, I always have an exact thing in my head, what I'm looking for. And I just keep going until I get there. If I don't have something that I'm going for, it never ends. I never get there. So you could actually cut up other potatoes. You could take Yukon Gold potatoes, which have a very creamy texture. I wouldn't peel them, but I would cut them in small sizes. So, like a large dice. And so they cook really quickly. And then you drain them and put them in the mixer and add everything else.
You kind of ad-lib about this and you kind of play with it until you get it right. And it seems like, to me, cooking lends itself more to that than baking. That would be harder to ad-lib baking.
Absolutely, because baking, you put everything in a pan, you put it in the oven, and you hope it's going to work. But cooking, you can kind of add something here, add something there, kind of play around with it along the way. For any recipe, what I'm doing is I'm taking the intrinsic ingredients and figuring out how to make them taste better. It's delicious. A little more salt. Always needs a little more. And more like themselves, actually. So my favorite sweet potato recipe is I actually bake sweet potatoes, scoop them out, put them also in the mixer, and add butter and chipotle powder and maple syrup. So they're sweet and spicy. And I think they really complement the sweet potatoes, which are totally different.
So
Chipotle smashed sweet potatoes is what they are.
They're the smashed sweet
too.
potato.
Because it's got texture.
I love that.
Yeah, they're pretty good. I love to make, instead of stuffing for the turkey, I make a savory bread pudding, which instead of kind of like wet and, stuffing's delicious.
Yes.
But when you make a bread pudding instead, it's creamy on the bottom and crispy on the top, so it's got more texture. And so I make a leek and mushroom bread pudding or an apple and herb bread pudding. So it's got lots of flavors and textures, and it just goes with everything else.
Here's my thing on the stuffing.
Yeah.
Again, I'm going to talk to Alexander Smalls. He's making oyster dressing. He's from the South. I grew up in the North. I grew up in New York City. We always called it stuffing. And I was like, what is this dressing that people speak of? I don't know.
I think it's the same thing.
Yeah,
I think it's just what they refer to it. I think a Southern expression is dressing, and in the North we call it stuffing.
And see, to me, I could do without the turkey, except for I like the turkey to make the stuffing in, but I also do another big batch of it, like bake it in the oven, and then mix the two so that
that's
they're a
interesting.
little wet and dry, and by the time you average it out, it should be the right consistency.
The reason why I prefer not to stuff the turkey is because in order to get the stuffing cooked, I feel like you have to overcook the turkey.
Right.
So if the heat can get into the middle, and I do it the way I do a chicken, like a chicken with herbs and lemon and garlic in the cavity, the turkey will cook in like 2 or 2.5 hours. And so the turkey is really moist. If you
Right.
stuff it, in order to get the stuffing cooked all the way through, and you need to do that to be safe, I feel like the turkey's overcooked.
Right.
So that's why I like to do the stuffing separately as a bread pudding.
I've never heard of anybody dying from stuffing. Maybe they did, and the coroner
They
just didn't want to put down death due to stuffing because that would
Overstuffed?
Yeah, very good.
That was-
very good. Yes, and that's why Ina Garten, ladies and gentlemen, the queen of cooking.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is getting you ready for the holiday season. From how to get your orders on time,
The race to prepare for a holiday shipping season like no other.
to traveling shortcuts and safety essentials. What you need to know every morning on Today.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your news feed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work, or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Todd-cast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker, a Thanksgiving feast and a podcast. Listen now.
You've hosted Thanksgiving dinners. What's the one thing that, as host, you need to be cognizant of when it comes to your dinner?
I think, particularly for Thanksgiving, but for every dinner, what everybody likes to eat. Because, you've invited people you love. You want to make sure they all have something they love to eat.
Sure.
So I just think it's important to just make sure everybody's well taken care of without them feeling singled out as like, this is the meal for all of us, and that's
right.
what you're going to have.
Yeah.
And so I think that's really true for any dinner, but particularly Thanksgiving.
Especially if you're the host.
Yeah, because, I only invite people I love. I want them to be happy.
How do we time it out so that everything comes out at the right time together?
I literally do when I should start making something and when it should go into the oven, when it should come out. And then I know that everything's done at 7:30 when everybody arrives. So, and Thanksgiving is actually a good one to do because you can make the turkey early. You can make the vegetables very often in advance to reheat. And while the turkey's resting, which is about a half an hour, everything goes back in the oven and be reheated. So there's a timing thing that works really well. And then everything goes on the table. I like buffet style because I think then everybody gets up and gets what they like and they can pass up what they don't like.
Yeah.
And then they can come back and they can go have seconds and it's no big deal.
I can't imagine this would have happened to you, but have you had anything go wrong
Me?
at Thanksgiving?
Something go wrong?
Yeah.
Never happens.
No?
No. But I know about other people that things have gone wrong. Actually, a friend of mine, I had done, actually, the last wedding that I ever catered was hers. And it was in like October. And she called me in November and said, you know, I want to make a Thanksgiving dinner for my new husband, but I've never cooked like that. So I said to her, okay, so this is what you do. Think of a turkey as like a large chicken. So you're going to cook it the same way you cook a chicken, just for a little longer. So I told her exactly how to make it. And she put the turkey in the oven, and she said to her and her husband, let's go for a walk. It's going to be an hour, and then I'll come back and baste it. And she came back and couldn't open the oven door. And it turns out she had set the oven on clean.
Oh, no.
Not on the temperature I told her to set it on. So her husband had to actually literally unscrew the oven door to get the turkey out. And I was like, what did you do? And she said, well, I served it. She said, it was very clean. So I think everybody has a Thanksgiving disaster story. But, you know, you just get through it and you do the best you can.
When did you realize you had that knack, that certain something that, you know, to entertain, to nourish people, to give them something besides a plain meal, that there was something else attached to it?
Well, you know, when I was growing up, I wasn't allowed to cook.
Wait,
So
what?
I wasn't allowed to cook. I wasn't allowed in the kitchen.
Why?
I don't know. I think my mother just wanted me in my room, and she wanted the kitchen to herself. And so she said, well, it's your job to cook, to study. It's my job to cook, and just get out of the kitchen. So I kind of always wanted to do it. And I got married when I was 20. And I think that's when I started to think this is what I'd like to. I love cooking. I taught myself how to cook with, as you know, the Craig Claiborne's New York Times cookbook, and then later Julia Child's Mastering the Art of French Cooking. And I just started, you know, I was always working. When I was working in Washington, I'd come home at night and cook. And I just loved it. And at some point I thought, I want to do this for my work, not just for fun. I think what I was craving as a child is connecting with people, and I felt that if you feed them, they always show up, and you have a good time together, and that was the connection I loved. So I kept doing it over and over again.
So dinner's over. You got, you know, Tupperware containers of stuff and foil-wrapped packages in your fridge. What do you like to do Thanksgiving leftover-wise?
Well, actually, I have a thing about Thanksgiving leftovers. I think the guests want to have leftovers, too. So, I mean, I've literally on occasion done a second Thanksgiving dinner where they have a whole turkey to take home and extra stuffing and extra, because everybody wants sandwiches the next day, right? So that, and actually one year we all decided I was going to make Thanksgiving dinner the day before, and we were going to have Thanksgiving dinner was going to be actually turkey sandwiches, which was really fun.
So where do you stand on the turkey sandwich leftover construction? What's the best way to maximize?
You mean this is the flavor profile of the turkey sandwich?
Yes.
Good question. I don't think I've ever really studied that. I just put everything on the table and everybody makes their own sandwiches. So what's your flavor profile?
I like, I start with a good crusty bread.
Yeah.
Mayo, the turkey, some stuffing.
Yeah.
Some cranberry sauce.
Exactly. It's just what I would do.
A little more mayo.
Yeah.
And then cut it.
That sounds great.
Yes.
That sounds really good.
A little sweet, a little salty.
Every once in a while, I like a little chipotle smashed sweet potatoes in there.
Ooh.
That might be good, right?
Ooh. You know, somebody came on the show, and I think using leftover mashed sweet potatoes, made waffles.
Oh, I could see that.
Yeah, just
That's a
put
great
the
idea.
waffles in the waffle iron, closed it up. Jeffrey, hey, look, it's no secret. The two of you are, I mean, you guys are what I think all of us try to aspire to. And that's not to
thank
say
you,
that
Al.
you guys have a perfect marriage. You're
pretty
human.
great.
You're human,
It's
but you
actually
have,
great.
you have a great marriage.
It's pretty great.
I'm sure people ask you, what's the secret?
You know, Nora Ephron used to say when people asked her about her marriage, she'd say, it's 3 words. She'd say, marry an Italian. And I would say it's 2 words, marry Jeffrey. I mean, he's just a sweetheart. He's just a kind, funny, smart, generous. He just wants me to be happy. And I want the same thing for him. It's really not complicated.
And yet you say he's not your best sounding board when it comes to food.
If I ask him if he likes something, he always say, this is the most delicious thing you've ever made. So I don't trust his taste. But as a husband, he's perfect.
There you go. So do you guys have, what are your Thanksgiving traditions?
For a long time, there was a family we were very close to, and I would invite them and the kids and the grandkids, and we would all have a wonderful time. But because of COVID, we couldn't do that anymore. And so it was, it's just the 2 of us or some close friends that were in a pod with us. But we keep it, I kind of like a nice Thanksgiving for 2, frankly. When Jeffrey and I lived in Washington in the 70s, and, we had to work on Friday. We couldn't go home to our families. His family lived in Florida. My family lived in Connecticut. Couldn't go home for a day. So we would have Thanksgiving just to ourselves. And we would just walk all over. It was like a tradition. We'd walk all over Washington. It was always a gorgeous, crisp fall day. And we would end up at some tavern somewhere and have Thanksgiving dinner. And I just remember those as really special days.
What are you thankful for this Thanksgiving?
Oh, so much. People have had such a hard time, and we were very fortunate that we could keep ourselves safe. My life was changed dramatically because Jeffrey used to leave East Hampton on Monday and come back on Friday, and he's been there the entire time. And I always kind of wondered, what's it going to be like when he moves home? Because we've done this for 40 years, and it's been heaven. I just have my buddy around all the time, which is just wonderful. We've been really fortunate, and that we've both been able to work. We've really been incredibly lucky.
What is your favorite Thanksgiving dish?
It's not the turkey, although I make a pretty good turkey. I'm thinking probably leek and mushroom bread pudding's right up there, and the chipotle smashed sweet potatoes and roasted Brussels sprouts. I'd say those 3 things together are just say Thanksgiving to me. What are your favorites?
I would say my mother made this dish. Everybody laughs about it at the show because of the name. It was basically a crustless sweet potato pie, but it's called sweet potato poon, and it's got crushed pineapple in it and cinnamon and you could serve it either as a side dish or like a dessert.
Yeah.
But it always had slightly broiled marshmallows on top. And as kids, we always thought it was funny to distract my mom when she put the poon under the broiler so that it would catch fire.
It would catch fire.
That's
just hilarious when you're a kid.
When you're a kid, and to be honest, when we became adults, we still found it hilarious.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to today.
Let's go! International Day of the Girl.
The strength and courage of these women is remarkable.
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference?
Believe in yourself. You can make it happen.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work, or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to today.
Let's go!
We're going to kick off the Pink Power and Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
What's the best thing about being this age?
You have nothing to prove, because you already proved it.
What does it feel like to be in a city that you love so much?
I am humbly proud that I stuck up for my town.
We all have the honor of helping reopen the doors.
Broadway is back!
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts. Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Follow now wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go. International Day of the Girl.
The strength and courage of these women is remarkable.
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference?
Believe in yourself. You can make it happen.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Here's what you'll need for my Parmesan smashed potatoes. 3 pounds small red potatoes, unpeeled. 1 tablespoon plus 2 teaspoons kosher salt. 1.5 cups of half and half. 1/4 pound of unsalted butter, that's 1 stick. 1/2 cup of sour cream. 1/2 cup of freshly grated Parmesan cheese. It's actually ground Parmesan cheese. And 1/2 teaspoon of freshly ground black pepper.
So how did you come up
sour
with
cream? I don't know. I just thought, how can we make smashed potatoes better? So it's got great texture, it's got great flavor, and I'm going to show you how to make them.
Well, let's do it. So
and then if you hate them, we'll make something else. How's that?
I've never hated anything you've made, so
Thank you.
I'm fairly confident that these are going to be fantastic. So what are we starting
What
with?
I'm start with is 3 pounds of these little, I think they're called red bee potatoes. They're small potatoes.
Are they kind of like a red version of like new potatoes?
They're new potatoes, yeah. I don't know why they're called new potatoes, but professionally they're called red bee. They're small red potatoes.
Right. Now, could you use a different potato?
You could, but the red potato has like a very thin skin, so and we're not peeling them. We're going to leave the skin on.
Oh, interesting.
So, which makes it so much easier and actually more delicious. Okay, wait a minute. I need salt.
Oh,
so
you got to put salt.
A tablespoon of salt in.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm just going to bring that to a boil and let it cook for like 25, 35 minutes until they're really tender.
They've been boiling.
And I test it with a skewer or a little sharp knife, something like that. Let's see if they're done. Yeah, perfectly tender all the way through.
If they scream, they're done.
So can you hear a potato screaming?
Yeah, that's right. If you listen closely.
Okay. No, don't do that. Okay, so I'm just going to drain them. So while you drain them, I'm going to combine 1.5 cups of half and half and a stick of butter, 1/4 pound of butter. I mean, they're
like
mashed potatoes after all.
Hold on, we're going to listen to this drain.
Okay.
Oh, into the colander.
Yeah. Don't pour them down the sink. Perfect.
All right.
And they go right into that bowl.
Okay, now you've got a mixer.
I gave you the really difficult part, right? I've got a KitchenAid mixer.
Okay.
And we're going to put a...
Oh, there's a paddle attachment.
Paddle attachment on it, exactly. Just like that. And in the meantime, I'm going to heat up 1.5 cups of half and half and an entire stick of butter.
Because you can.
Because you can.
Now, when you're
and
heating,
you know what Julia Child said?
What does she say?
She said, when people say to me, I don't want to use butter, what should I use? She says, well, just use cream.
Fat is fat.
So I'm going to turn this on. Do we know how to do this?
Yeah, and then you turn it.
Just until it gets hot. Because you don't want to put cold cream and butter into the potatoes, into the warm potatoes, because it'll congeal the whole thing.
Oh.
So this is what I do. I'm just going to put the paddle attachment down and just very slowly just mix them up. So just so they break up a lot. So that's why they're called smashed. So you don't even have to puree them. So they have lots of texture. The skins are in it. And then as soon as it's kind of mashed up like that, on a very low speed, and this is hot, we're going to pour that into this. So they look better already, don't they?
It really looks, yes. It's got some texture.
It's got texture to it. I don't want mashed potatoes. I mean, sometimes you want something that's really silky and pureed, but sometimes you want something for texture.
Sure.
And since this is Thanksgiving, we're looking for texture, right?
Boom.
Boom. Okay. So now, let's see if we can get this all over ourselves.
Okay, great.
At the same time. And then I'm going to pour 3/4 of it in.
Okay.
Just really slowly into the potatoes. And then I'm going to fold more in if I need it.
Now, what's the difference between pouring and folding?
Folding is I'm going to take it off the mixer and then fold it in with a like a
spatula.
A spatula.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's that.
That's it?
That's it. Yeah. And then I'm going to show you. I'm going to fold the rest of the ingredients here. Let's see if I have a little spatula. I'm just going to take all the potatoes. You want to get all of them. And I'm going to take this off the mixing.
Now, could you make this ahead of time, Ida?
Actually, you can. You know what it is there are a couple of things you can do. You could put it in a baking dish, cover it with a little, sprinkle it with a little Parmesan cheese, and put it in the oven and reheat it.
Oh.
But you know, the easiest thing is to take a bowl, a heat-proof bowl, put it on a pot of boiling water, like a bain-marie, and just keep it warm for like half an hour. And I just add a little more milk or cream or something like that to keep it thin.
Or butter.
Or butter. Yeah. Butter's always good.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I'm going to add two things that are going to be great flavor. Half a cup of sour cream, because sour cream's always good.
Could you substitute like a full-fat yogurt or something?
Sure, I bet you could, yeah. And a half a cup of Parmesan cheese. And lots of salt and pepper. 2 teaspoons of salt. Ooh, and you want to do the pepper? And about a teaspoon of pepper, a lot of pepper. That sounds good, right?
I like it. Listen to that.
That's a really nice pepper mill. Perfect. Oh, I think that's it. The final pepper. And then you want to get the rest of the milk and cream, and we're just going to add it until it's really nice and creamy. Let's see. Okay.
Can you over-mix your sweet potatoes?
You can't over-mix sweet potatoes.
I'm sorry, not sweet. I meant
potatoes have starch in it, and if you over-mix, I would just put all of it in. I think it really needs it. Yeah. Because they're really kind of thick. You want them really creamy. So, here we go. Do we want to taste it, make sure it's right? I mean, that was pretty easy.
Yeah, that really was.
Smashed potatoes. And no peeling, and just, and mixed in a mixer. Yeah. Okay, let's see. So, you want to try it?
Sure.
Try it and see how it is.
We're not even going to put it on a dish.
Gentlemen, start your forks.
See, now that's good.
It's not so bad, right?
No, and it's got a little cheesy.
And also the sour cream has a little bit of a tang to it, and the Parmesan cheese. It's pretty good. I think.
See, that's fantastic.
Thank you.
That is
Have
really
I
good.
Converted you? Thank you.
Well.
So I was thinking we'd put it in a saute pan to keep it nice and warm. How's that? Is that a good idea?
Sure.
Okay. Here, you got the. Are you in charge of that? Okay. You're in charge of that. I mean, you can put it in a big bowl, but I thought it's very Thanksgiving to serve it in a pan, and then if you want to reheat it, you just put it right in the oven. How's that?
One less thing to clean.
You've done this before, right?
Well, once or twice. Although I'm the type of person in my house it rarely makes it from the bowl.
The chef has to taste it first, right?
That looks fantastic.
Does that look good? And maybe a little Parmesan cheese on top, or I don't know if we have any left. I used it all. Little salt. I think the difference between great food and okay food is generally salt.
We had a. Oh, here we go. Hold on.
We have a little more.
We have food fairies right here who bring in this stuff like that, just like that. The food elves.
Food fairies, huh? Okay, go. A little Parmesan cheese on top. You know what it is? I like when people know what it is by what's on top.
Oh, okay.
So they know it's going to be Parmesan.
You give them a visual cue.
Yeah, perfect. So well done.
Oh my gosh.
Parmesan smashed potatoes.
Wow. Could you put that, like, say, under the broiler and just kind of?
Yeah, you could. Get a little crusty top, give it a little more texture, and actually the cheese would melt a little bit, which would be good.
Wow.
Good idea.
Oh boy. Get out of the way, Jeffrey. I'm coming to town. Well, Ina, this has been just delightful.
That's been so much fun. Thank you so much for inviting me on your first podcast.
Well, thank you. And I hope you and Jeffrey have a fantastic Thanksgiving.
Thank you. And you, Deborah, and your family, too.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. It's been really fun.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
So here's the deal. When we started thinking about this podcast, there was one chef in particular I really wanted to talk with. I have known Alexander Smalls for almost 30 years and have been at his table. He's been at my table more times than I can count. He is a chef. He's a restaurateur, a restaurant owner, cookbook author, an accomplished opera singer. He is everything that is New York. And what I love most about him and his work is his commitment to making every meal an occasion. And he takes what he's known from his travels around the world to his upbringing in South Carolina in Low Country, and he considers each and every detail just as important as. And so, to me, the most important part of a Thanksgiving meal is stuffing. And I knew if I went to Alexander and said, Alexander, what's your go-to? He would bring something spectacular, and he would bring something that's inspired by the flavors of his own childhood. So, Low Country oyster cornbread dressing with crispy slab bacon. Ladies and gentlemen, Alexander Smalls. Welcome to Cooking Up a Storm, my friend.
I am the bacon.
Well, you certainly are a bit of a ham, so we'll go with that.
Hey.
What's your favorite part of the Thanksgiving meal?
Oh, my God, eating. But if I walk backwards from that, I love preparation. I menu, shopping, the prep work, and it starts days in advance. So I love that whole ballet, really. I love it. And then, of course, there's nothing like laying the spread out on the table. I mean, it's like festive and full and celebratory.
When you were a kid growing up, what was the part of the meal, the dish that you couldn't wait for?
Oh, well, no surprise. The dressing. The dressing. The dressing had the most flavors. It had the juice of the turkey. It had the gravy of the turkey. It was full of savory spices and aromatics. An excuse to pile tons of cranberry sauce on top. Yeah.
Well, so here's the thing. I grew up here in New York, and my mom called it stuffing. You call it dressing. Are they the same thing?
They are. They're just prepared differently. And what I mean by that is the stuffing goes inside the cavity of the bird, and dressing goes in a casserole dish. And it also has a different texture because the dressing dries out more and has a crispy crust, and sometimes the topping is also crispy. So it's a side dish as opposed to being part of a dish.
Okay, because see, what I've always done is I like to make my stuffing in the turkey, but I make enough of it, like double it, and then bake it in the oven, and then combine the two. So you kind of get the wet, but the juices of the turkey and everything, and then, but the drier part so that they average out.
Dressing purists, it would never touch the
Are there
stuffing.
dressing purists?
Well, there's one. And you're the only person I know that mixes stuffing and dressing. So,
maybe I'm a trendsetter.
Maybe
I'm ahead of the curve.
Yeah, beyond the curve.
When you make this dressing, because it's got a lot of flavor profile to it, almost in some ways it probably stands out more than a lot of side dishes most people would have. How do you adjust the other dishes that you're making for Thanksgiving so that this isn't, unless you want this to be the centerpiece?
Well, I don't adjust things because, first of all, I mean, it's an ensemble piece, every meal that you cook. But then, you always have solos and you have stars. This is a star dish, not for everyone because some people just simply throw some fruit and some breadcrumbs and call it a day. But for me, this is a complete, satisfying dish that could stand on its own. So I can't say that I hold back on my other dishes, but I balance it because, this is what I do. I mean, I know how to balance a plate of food.
Literally and figuratively.
Voila.
So, again, this dish, what I find fascinating in that it really does harken back to your upbringing, and especially with the oysters. The oysters have a certain connection for you and your dad.
Yeah. Well, my father created, well, I should say, it is out of his tradition that the oyster cornbread dressing. I mean, this is one of the few things my father had maybe 5 dishes that he made supremely. They were just unbelievable, and he made nothing else. If you asked him to boil water, it would be questionable. But those 5 dishes. And they were all these low country, heirloom recipes. And we used to sit at the dining room table, the kitchen table, and shuck oysters, together. He and my grandfather would make a trip down to the what we used to call the old country. Down to Beaufort, South Carolina, where our relatives had all this property and land, and they would fish and do all this stuff. And they would come back with just baskets. All this stuff would be going on. So it comes out of that kind of ritual. And my dad and I would sit at the table, and he taught me how to pop oysters at an early age. He'd start them, then he'd give me the back of a spoon, literally, and let me pop open. And then we would save the oysters and the juice. My mother would be simmering milk, for example, for oyster stew, or a broth in order to make it for the low country, oyster cornbread stuffing.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Follow now wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Follow now wherever you get your podcasts.
Is it easier to pass a bipartisan bill right now than it is to pass a Democrats-only bill? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? Are you concerned about the direction of your party? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go.
You think you'll run for office one of these days?
I'm not saying no to anything.
Wow.
Welcome to Football Fright in America.
That was amazing.
Today is getting you ready for the holiday season. From how to get your orders on time,
The race to prepare for a holiday shipping season like no other.
to traveling shortcuts and safety essentials, what you need to know every morning on Today.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go. International Day of the Girl.
The strength and courage of these women is remarkable.
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference?
Believe in yourself. You can make it happen.
Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker, a Thanksgiving feast and a podcast. Listen now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, right? There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammer deliberations.
All right, it just needs
Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker, a Thanksgiving feast and a podcast. Listen now.
One of the people that had an impact on you, and I was fortunate, I really consider myself fortunate to have met and talked to Edna Lewis, who was the doyenne, the godmother of Southern cooking.
Yes, absolutely.
And I was funny because she was, when I met her, she was working at what was, I think, the oldest running restaurant in New York, Gage and Tollner in Brooklyn.
Right.
What was her influence on you?
Wow. Well, it was everything. I mean, she essentially is the essence of farm to table, and in her books, she documented, the ritual of farming and its importance and its profound imprint on Southern African American people, and she kept those traditions alive, and she brought them into view. And into some of the best touted restaurants. She preserved those recipes. And at the same time, she was, a beautiful, elegant, grand woman. Yes. Oh, yeah. And she was kind of a guiding light, if you will.
What's the one thing people need to know if they're going to host Thanksgiving dinner this year?
Oh. Well, first of all, you have to offer variety because you have people with so many limitations or concerns. But then I have some of my vegan friends who've come to dinner. But I make sure I have tons of vegetables, legumes, lots of beans, lots of non-protein products to be very satisfying. And in some instances, I might make the vegetarian version of my dressing.
Alexander, what's the one thing you try to do every year for Thanksgiving?
I would say that, in a world where I'm constantly going and moving around, I try really hard to be home so I can give Thanksgiving to my friends who are in the city. I've always been that way since a kid. I would call my parents up and say, I'm not coming home. There's so many of the orphans who don't have anywhere to go. So I'm cooking for them. And it's something I still enjoy. So I try to be at home so I can open the door, whether it's for 6 people, or 30.
Last year, Thanksgiving, for a lot of people, was not Thanksgiving, right. in a sense. We couldn't be with family. We couldn't be with friends. Do you think that there will be a more deeper meaning and import to Thanksgiving this year?
I hope so. I mean, if I could wish anything, it would be that those honored traditions that people have sort of assigned and gifted the occasion of gathering. When they do this year, they remember and really are thankful for the grace of being able to come together again. I mean, we need that.
Today is getting you ready for the holiday season. From how to get your orders on time,
The race to prepare for a holiday shipping season like no other,
to traveling shortcuts and safety essentials, what you need to know every morning on Today.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work, or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go.
We're going to kick off the Pink Power and Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
What's the best thing about being this age?
You have nothing to prove because you already proved it.
What does it feel like to be in a city that you love so much?
I am humbly proud that I stuck up for my town.
We all have the honor of helping reopen the doors.
Broadway is back!
Grab your apron Aprit for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work, or is this going to backfire?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
How did you come up with this?
I didn't have to. It's traditional. I made this dish with my father, not my mother, with my father.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He was the Low Country expert. And the big thing was the oysters. Oysters were a big thing, but it's traditional. So, it's second nature for me.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's because it makes a very dramatic presentation. And what you are probably, to the best of my knowledge, the only professional chef I know who's also a professional opera singer.
I may be the only one I know.
So how did you transition from opera to singing?
Well,
from opera to being a chef.
Yeah, well, I have seen life through two lenses, music and food. And in fact, in my last cookbook, I bring all that together, Meals, Music, and Muses, where essentially I talk about my life through the lens of music genres, opera, gospel, So as a kid, I started taking classical piano, and that then evolved into my desire to sing and to sing opera. In the meanwhile, I had lots of chefs in my family, and food was everything. You grow up in South Carolina in a small one-horse town, everything evolved around the table, and food, and everything happened there. I learned early that the person who had the power was the person who wielded the spoon in the kitchen. I wanted that. All right. So this is how it all came together.
So you've got the power here now.
Yes.
We're making this. How do we get started, Alexander?
Okay. All right. Well, let me swap places with you.
Swapping.
Okay. All right. Let's start right here. This is easy. All right. So I'm gonna first basically spray this pan like that, and then
just with a little cooking spray.
Yeah, just a little cooking spray, And then I'm gonna take some of this aluminum foil and cover it here because I don't like to clean up.
And you're basically baking slab bacon.
I am basically baking slab bacon.
Okay, so
Absolutely.
You line the pan, and now you're putting one of those great little grid wire mesh things.
Now, may I have my spray back?
Yes, you may. I was just trying to keep things clean.
Okay. All right.
So
here we go.
Spraying the wire grid.
I am not having my bacon stick at all. I'll give you this too.
Okay.
All right. So here we go. So the trick is basically to lay them out in such a way that they have space.
How much bacon do you use?
Well, again, for a casserole dish that's about 9 inches by 13, we're doing about a cup.
Okay.
Now, this is going to cook and it's going to get smaller. Yeah, I'm going to do this a little faster. It's going to get smaller. And so this is why you want to cut it at least 1 inch wide and 1/3 thick, so that you really have a nice bite.
Yes.
Okay?
Although I will admit, I would double or triple that because I will probably eat some of this as we
exactly,
cook.
exactly.
So
but that's a chef's secret. All right? So then I'm going to put this in a 375-degree oven.
Okay, for about how
Okay,
long?
that's been preheated. But I want it to get really crisp up. So of course, as a chef, do I time anything?
No.
But let's just say that it needs to be in there a good 25 minutes, something like that.
And it's going to come out looking like this?
It's going to come out looking like that.
Right. Now, is this crispy enough?
No.
Oh.
And in case you were wondering why this cast iron skillet is here,
I was.
Please do the honors. Because what we're going to do now is essentially crisp it up even more because it has to withstand a lot of liquid and it needs to stay firm and somewhat crunchy so we can really have that texture working both as something you feel in your mouth, but also you taste.
Okay.
So this will do this for about 20 minutes. We'll check on it later.
Now, I see oysters here that are unshucked.
I know.
How hard is it to shuck an oyster?
Well, I started shucking oysters with my father as a kid, and I loved it. I mean, I was a kid. I was like 5, 6 years old, but I mean, there we were. And he would start them for me, and then he'd give me the back of the knife or the teaspoon, and I would pry open. And the thing about oysters is that, let's see. So you want to get into that little area there and twist, and boom, look at that. Is it happening for you, Al?
Okay.
Okay, so here is the oyster.
Right.
We're going to take this oyster out, but we're going to keep the juice.
So how many of these are we going to do for this dish?
Well, you need about 18 to 23.
Okay.
And this is
18 to 23. Why wouldn't it just be 24?
Well, I'll tell you why. Because you're buying them by the pound or the pint, and that's how they come. Whatever. But if you put 26 in there, who cares, right? All right. So move along with me.
Moving.
So that juice is going to go over in
Okay,
here.
we got some juice there.
Yes. We already have some here. All right. So here we go. So these are the vegetables that occupy this dish here. And this is celery, this is red bell peppers, onions, and I like a lot of corn. Even though I have corn in my cornbread, I like a lot of corn. So it's optional, the corn. But I put that in, I sauteed it in some butter, just so it got nice and translucent, blah, 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 maybe 10 minutes at most. Boom, that.
Right.
And now we come over here. Now, what's going on in this bowl is that we baked some buttermilk cornbread.
Right.
And I like to use bread that's day old. Okay. All right, because again, it adds to the texture and it helps to really stand up to all the liquid. Okay. So the white bread has been torn and then it has been either left out or toasted, just a little bit. You don't want the color, but again, you want the texture.
Right.
So we combine these in here, okay? So the next thing that happens is that we have chicken stock.
Yes.
And we have the oyster juice. And we're going to combine these, essentially, to get 2 cups. Now, what I need you to do, Al, is grab those eggs.
Okay.
And basically put those eggs in here. Can you see those numbers?
Yes. That's 2 cups.
Oh, good. That's what I thought. Okay. And then we have a little whisk over here, and I do mean little. Goodness gracious.
Well, you know what they say about a man and his whisk.
Boom, boom, boom.
Thank you very much.
All right. So then we're going to get on with the business of it.
We got a bigger one over here. Hold on.
That's all right. I'm making progress. Oh, you got it? All right. I'm going to give it to you because what I'm going to do is take our vegetables. There's so much flavor in here. Oh, and I forgot to mention that I have grape tomatoes in here. Again, now that wasn't a Low Country thing, that's an Alexander thing. A little more texture, a little more uptown with it all. Do you smell the sage? Well, rosemary, it's all in here. Celery seeds. You follow the recipe.
Oh, yes.
Okay, that looks good, Al. Give me some of that.
All right, all at once? Or?
Well, give me half.
Okay.
Doesn't that smell good?
It does.
All right, give me more.
Okay. Give me more.
Give me all of it.
When do we add the bacon?
No, go ahead.
Keep going.
Yeah, give it all to me.
All righty.
This is toasted really well, so it's really picking it up nicely.
So this is kind of like a casserole.
Yeah, well, but again, you could put this in your turkey. All would be well.
All would be well.
All would be well. Yes, indeed. Okay, we've got this mixed up. Good.
Now, you've got all this. There's some other spices, seasoning.
Yes, okay. Look there. This is the cayenne. Isn't that wonderful? Because the food really has to speak to you.
How much salt do we
want
put
that flavor? Just a teaspoon.
Okay.
Yeah, a flat one.
Pepper?
Wonderful. Yes. Just eyeball it. Give us down to that. That looks good. Yeah. Okay, Al. Now the nutmeg.
Oh.
So now the nutmeg needs to be grated, as
Okay.
you know. You want to give it a go?
Sure.
All right. And you can eyeball that. We do about a teaspoon, a flat teaspoon.
Okay.
Yes. Oh my goodness, the
Listen
smell
to
of that.
And listen to the sound of it.
Mmm.
It sounds like I'm scratching.
That's special. All right, you've scratched enough. Wonderful. Okay. And our last but not least, the crispy bacon.
Oh, the crispy bacon.
Well, we must have the crispy bacon because that's going to give us that depth of flavor. All right, so now this goes in there.
Okay.
Just half.
Just half of
Right, because we have to do our oysters.
So you'll just kind of layer it in.
That's what we'll do. Okay. And then we just stagger our oysters so that they don't reach the ends because we don't want them to cook on the end. So we just stagger them in there. And of course, as the chef, you always know where they are.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello, oysters. I'm going to enjoy you in just a little bit.
Oh, that's looking good.
Okay, so we've layered that.
We've layered, and now we're going to finish it off like this. Ta-da, ta-da, ta-da. Okay, you can spread that out.
It smells fantastic.
Right.
I mean, it hasn't even cooked yet.
No, and it's then going to go into the oven on 375.
And here is our finished product.
Yes.
Plate's a little warm, but there we go.
Look at that. Now tell me it's everything you imagined.
And so much more.
And so much more.
So much
and we have some wonderful side treats.
Why don't you
I love
start?
it with cranberry. And then we have some giblet gravy. So, oh, look at that. There you go.
Smell the corn. Gravy on the side.
A little gravy on there. I'll have some of that out. Some pan brown gravy. Look at that.
Where do you stand on your cranberry sauce? Do you like the canned or do you have to make it fresh?
I have to make it. Well, because I have to put all kinds of things in it, you know. I mean, I like sometimes to have a little orange relish. Sometimes I want a pear and lots of brandy or bourbon. Now, tell me what you think.
Oh, that's good.
To be or not to be?
Oh, my. That is an opera for the mouth. It's got a nice spice to it.
I mean, it's a meal.
Right in itself. My gosh. It's got protein, it's got carbs, it's got vegetables. This is a completely rounded meal.
And it has bacon.
That's the secret ingredient. Whether it's dressing, stuffing, duffing, or stressing, this is fantastic.
There you go.
What are you most thankful for this?
Grace. I have truly been blessed and gifted to continue doing the things that I'm driven to do, I have a passion for. I'm excited that the work I do continues. I'm thankful for that.
Well, we are thankful for you, for your contributions. This stuffing, dressing is fantastic. And I'm looking forward to just spending more time getting to see folks like you hanging out.
Me too, Al.
It is good to see you, Alexander Smalls.
Thank you.
Thank you for being part of Cooking Up a Storm.
I've enjoyed it. Up a storm.
Ahead of the curve.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your...
Most people will agree that the table isn't truly set for this holiday without something green making its way onto the menu. But not just any green. We're not talking some stinking side salad. No. This green needs to hold its own texture, flavor. With that in mind, I asked one of my best friends and chef, his name, Marcus Samuelsson, ring a bell? Oh, yes, it does. Restaurant owner, raconteur. He is bringing his A vegetable game. We're talking caramelized Brussels sprouts. Now, while everybody's used to Brussels sprouts at Thanksgiving, I mean, yeah, I got Marcus Samuelsson here. And so he is bringing the flavor with greens and color and texture that is going to blow your mind. He is a true celebrity chef, stuff of legends here in New York after opening the famed Red Rooster restaurant in Harlem, and I am thrilled he is joining us today on Cooking Up a Storm. Marcus, thank you for being here.
Al, I'm so excited to be here, and I just love this new space. Like it's a podcast, but we're cooking on TV
it's
and
video,
sound
it's
and video,
everywhere.
it's everything.
That's right. And we can talk kind of like our FM.
Well, you got to
voice.
stay on the mic.
Stay on the mic.
Stay on the mic.
Stay on the mic. Don't drop the mic. Stay on the mic.
Yeah.
Listen, I've been a big fan of yours. You've been on the Today Show, gosh, for the last almost 2 decades. But this dish, when it came to creating something like this, what was your inspiration?
Well, I think, first of all, thank you for having me. Brussels is this type of thing that I think it came back, 10 years ago or so? And I grew up with a grandmother that taught me how to cook. She was amazing. I love Helga. But Brussels was not my thing. They were overcooked. They were soggy, never delicious.
Yeah, they stunk.
They stunk,
yeah.
Exactly. And now cook them like just slightly undercooked, just a little bit of crunch, right? And all we're doing with this was just adding great texture. So the pomegranate is there for texture and color. The peanuts that we're adding in, great texture. And then we're caramelizing it. For regular people like me with maple syrup, fancy people like you, you're getting your your fancy sugars from south
That's
of the
right.
border.
I've actually bred my own honeybees.
There you go.
And they're designer bees.
Yeah.
And that's where I get my honey. But tell me about this. One of the great parts of this is the texture, and we're talking peanuts. But what if there's like a nut allergy?
Yeah.
Is there something?
Great question. So I think understanding textures can come from many different places. So, for example, a pumpkin seed, right? A sunflower seed would be great. Things like that. And of course, if you want to be that guy, you can add bacon.
Yes,
because
I am that guy.
That guy.
I am that guy. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I like to come up about a pound of slab bacon and render it a little bit, and then finish it off when I'm roasting the Brussels sprouts.
And I think most of us are like that. We're really true flexitarians, right? We're not just one thing.
No.
So, but here's a total vegan recipe that is super delicious because with Thanksgiving, in your case, it could be a new family member, or it could be other people coming.
Somebody drops by unexpectedly.
Somebody drops by, and we don't know for religious reasons or for allergies or for whatever it is, right? So I like to have a couple of side dishes that everyone, and when I say everybody, everyone can eat it. When you do something vegan, majority of people can eat it.
Yeah. I think the other interesting thing about this dish is the predominant spice of Berbere.
Yes.
Now, what is that?
Great. So the Berbere is really, it's the same identity as I would say that mole has in Mexico, or let's say pasta has in Italy. It is one with the country of Ethiopia. Everyone has Berbere at the house, right? So Berbere is like smoked dried chilies with dried garlic, ginger. So it's this spice blend that has about 7 or 8 ingredients, and they sun dry, then you take them in, and then you blend them and sieve them and sell it on the market. And it's everywhere. So it's not spicy like cayenne.
Right.
It's more like a smoked paprika in terms of flavor.
It's subtler.
It is subtler, and you can use lots of it. With cayenne, you just kind of finish because it's very spicy.
Right.
This gives this kind of like, it's not taking over the dish. It's kind of like a hint, like Aleppo pepper, for example, right? It has that flavor.
Does Burberry differ from place to place? Like, do people do their own version of it?
Yes, and that's why I said it's about 7 to 8 ingredients, because when I say this is truly terroir, that's like, so in certain part of Ethiopia, it doesn't rain. Certain part, it does rain, so the sun drying changes. Sometimes you're up in the mountains of 3,000 feet, so it changes the flavor completely.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, it's really this sort of depth in flavor in terms of spice blend, and I love it. I just, it's part of, you're not Ethiopian if you're not eating Burberry. That's simple as that. I'm taking the card.
Oh, there you go.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is getting you ready for the holiday season. From how to get your orders on time,
The race to prepare for a holiday shipping season like no other.
to traveling shortcuts and safety essentials, what you need to know every morning on Today.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work, or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Cooking up a storm with Al Roker, a Thanksgiving feast and a podcast. Listen now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go.
We're going to kick off the Pink Power and Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
What's the best thing being this age?
You have nothing to prove because you already proved it.
What does it feel like to be in a city that you love so much?
I am humbly proud that I stuck up for my town.
We all have the honor of helping reopen the doors.
Broadway is back!
Cooking up a storm with Al Roker, a Thanksgiving feast and a podcast. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
So here's the thing. We are a nation of immigrants,
Yes.
and all come together. And what brings us together on any given year is Thanksgiving. And I've always been fascinated by your story, because it is truly this marvelous story that happens in two different continents, ending up here. For folks who don't know, give us your background.
Well, I've been extremely lucky and blessed and fortunate to have loving parents, right? And that wasn't, me and my sister, we were born in Ethiopia, and my sister, my birth mother, and I, we had tuberculosis. So sometimes the worst thing that can happen to you can also be a blessing. My mom walked us into the hospital in Addis, and then eventually she passed away. And here's where luck and goodness of others comes in, right? Me and my sister got cured from TB after 3 months with 2 kids, 2 years old and 5 years old, nowhere to go. The nurse takes us into her house. She's like, nope, otherwise they're just going to get kicked out on the street. She takes us in, connects us with a Swedish adoption agency. That takes another 3 months. And, I go from being Kasahunsi guy to Marcus Samuelsson. 8 hours later, I'm on a plane, go to Stockholm, from Stockholm to Gothenburg, and I'm Marcus Samuelsson, met my new parents, and they raised me, and I've been extremely fortunate to have them in my life.
When I first met you, you were working at a restaurant, Aquavit.
Yes.
And you were talking about, and we met, and you were talking about your Swedish meatballs. And I mean, am I missing something here? This is your home dish? Wait, I'm confused.
Yeah.
So, and what I think has always been fascinating is that you have embraced all sides of your upbringing and your heritage and your cultures. And so I would think you have a very unique appreciation of Thanksgiving.
I love Thanksgiving, and I love that we come together as one to eat and celebrate. America has a rocky history like every country, but here's a week or a couple of days where, no, we're not Republican, we're not Democrats, we're not Southerners, we're Americans, and we're going to celebrate this day. And our past wasn't linear, our past was very complicated, but we're going to celebrate it around food. And we think about what we all been through, still going through the pandemic, right? It's a privilege to sit down with your family and extended family. it's a moment taking a brief, so like pause and like, hey, I appreciate you.
Yeah.
And it was maybe something pre-pandemic that we took for granted. And, last year taught me that I will never take it for granted again. And I appreciate my family and love my family, of course, but my extended family, just like you work with a big tribe at the show, they become family.
Yeah.
My restaurant family is also part of my family.
How difficult was this during the pandemic for that? Because you were able to keep things open and to keep things going, and more has grown out of that that experience.
I'm going to be very honest with you. I started with fear. What's going to happen? And as a chef, part of it that everything that happens in your restaurant. You are the tribe leader. People sign up to work for you. Customers sign up, and so there's a certain level of you got to go through this. I didn't have a clue, Al. I didn't have a clue, but I had a community, and I called Jose Andres, and he said World Central Kitchen will be there. 2 days later, when we had to close Red Rooster, World Central Kitchen was there. They were there early and said, "We have masks, we have gloves, and we know how to serve through social distance safety as well." We started to serve 300 people again, first responder, homeless people, community. Eventually we started 500 people, then 1,500 people a day. And it transformed my life. I needed, just as much as we served, I also needed that security. Like, I got to get up in the morning, go over to work, make sure everything is okay. Because I worked with food and restaurants since I was 18 years old. I don't know anything else. And I was so afraid that this thing that I built and hundreds of people who work with me is going to be taken away. And I don't know myself as an adult without it. It truly raised me. Restaurant, food, people truly raised me.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work, or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go. International Day of the Girl.
The strength and courage of these women is remarkable.
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference?
Believe in yourself. You can make it happen.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Cooking up a storm with Al Roker, a Thanksgiving feast and a podcast. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Is it easier to pass a bipartisan bill right now than it is to pass a Democrats-only bill? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? Are you concerned about the direction of your party? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This Thanksgiving, as we come together, and hopefully more and more people can do that. How is this Thanksgiving different for you than, say, ones in the past?
It's totally different because I think that you start seeing it's mixed baggage of news constantly, right? We're out of it. We're done. It's coming back. So you go in this back and forth state, and we all just want to put this behind us, right? No, there is not two sides of where we want to go.
Yeah.
But this humbles us, and we have to be restricted a little bit, and we're not used to that, especially as Americans, right? So it's a huge challenge for us. And I think about it as the restaurant, it might be open, it might not, because we don't know what's going to happen. things that I totally took for granted before. I had to learn to take a minute and say, let's see what's going to happen. No matter what, I'm going to be supportive of my team. And I'm going to invite in neighbors. We do that. Last year we did it on our block, but through FaceTime.
Yeah.
So we're going to do a version of that, whether we meet in the middle of the block or some come in, I don't know. But we're going to be a community, both in my home in Harlem, but also in my restaurant.
So Marcus, what are some of your first memories of Thanksgiving?
I have many early fun memories of Thanksgiving because when I came to this country, I worked in a Swedish restaurant, Aquavit, and we were closed during Thanksgiving. And it was one of these things that a lot of cooks, they don't come from New York City. So it's like, okay, I had an apartment with less roommates than they had, right? A little bit more space. So I'm like, all right, let's host it. So we cooked up the storm. And since people come from all over the world to work in New York City, right? So we had Indian curry on one table. I had the herring and the gravlax on Thanksgiving. The turkey was in the room, but it was way over there. And it was just so much fun to see the team outside the restaurant. And we told stories. And it was just one of my favorite days actually to celebrate.
It probably is really the true meaning of Thanksgiving.
Yep. That's fun.
Is Red Rooster going to be open for Thanksgiving?
Definitely be open, both in Miami and in Harlem. Absolutely.
Tell me about this in Miami. You're in a really historical neighborhood. It's not one that when people think about when they think about Miami.
When we had opportunity to expand Red Rooster to Miami, I said it needs to be in a predominantly historical African-American neighborhood. Why not the beach? Why not the Brickell? Well, I love all these places, but no, I wanted to do something that makes sense for us. So Overtown used to be called the Harlem of the South. And when I started to read this history, that's where Muhammad Ali stayed. That's where Miles Davis stayed. That's where Sam Cooke did one of his best albums. And so when I found this property and learned the history about it, I said, we have to renovate it. This is where we're going to put Red Rooster. It's right in front of Lyric Theater, which is kind of like the Apollo in Miami. And it's a beautiful restaurant. And we built it and opened it during COVID. It was a lot of start and stops. Like we were ready, and then we had to close. And then we were, but it's because the weather is, different there. Basically, the whole restaurant is basically on the patio. Because people sit outside.
It's perfect for COVID.
Yeah.
or anytime at that. So you've got your son is 5. You've had a few Thanksgivings now as a family. Is there a family tradition of Thanksgiving that you guys do year after year?
We cook a lot, and then we have a couple of people that we give out the food to in our neighborhood that are home insecure. And we also have a tradition of donating toys because we got too many.
During this time, it started up Black Business Matters Matching Fund. Tell me about that.
You and I have both been extremely fortunate to do what we love and have a career on it, but we're not the majority of people that look like us. And we know that 41% of all Black and brown businesses in all fields closed during COVID, and they're not coming back. So the access, for me, it was really important. Like, what can we do, right? What can my team do? Who can I partner with? So it was important to start a fund where we can not give out loans to small businesses because they don't need more loans.
Yeah.
It's really grants, and we give out grants to small businesses across the country. And I don't even like the term small business because for that family, it's their only business. Exactly. So we gave out grants across the country to Black and brown businesses. And as I started to travel again. Every now and then, like some guy or some lady runs after me and say, hey, I just want to say thank you. We got $8,000 from you. I said, you didn't get it from me. You earned it way before. We were able to help 200 businesses across the country and giving them that break, that $18,000, that $8,000, that $3,000. And it was carried them through to the next break. And that's what we need. I'm a guy that got lucky breaks. And on many levels, both in my personal life, but also obviously in my business life. And anytime I can do that and extend that, one of the things that I take the most joy from, actually.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go! International Day of the Girl.
The strength and courage of these women is remarkable.
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference?
Believe in yourself. You can make it happen.
News is more than a headline. it informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Cooking up a storm with Al Roker, a Thanksgiving feast and a podcast. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I love my grandmother, but the way she cooked Brussels was no good.
All right,
so I love this idea of that we got to get the sounds right. So we're gonna. Did you hear that?
Oh, I heard that. It's
garlic time.
Boom.
And these Brussels are great because you just take the bottom off a little bit like this, and then you take off those leaves back here. And what's great about this is that you can do this with the family. You know, because you cook with your kids.
I do. My boy Nick and I during the pandemic,
Yeah.
that's all we were doing. You know, one of the other things I've discovered quite by accident, with the Brussels sprouts leaves, I kind of wash them off, and I'll sometimes just roast it, a little olive oil, and just roast those.
They are
Make
so-
Brussels sprout chips.
Exactly.
Now, you're stripping down some rosemary.
And I'm just gonna chop it up.
Now, you sliced up some of the garlic.
Yes.
And you could add or subtract as you like. I like a lot of garlic.
Yes, absolutely. I'm just gonna throw in a little bit of salt, and you know this, Al, but the whole thing with salt is make sure your hands are dry, not wet, and start here.
Start
right?
high?
Start high.
And then come
Go
down?
down.
Okay.
And then just make sure, because the salt is really like the thing that can make something from good to great. This is not salt. This
Now,
comes
what is
from my home
this?
country. This is like the clothes that you buy. This is expensive Burberry clothes that you got buy.
Yes, the Burberry?
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is Burberry from Ethiopia.
Ah.
This is so
I love the
delicious.
smell of that.
Right?
That's crazy.
When
dude.
you smell this, and when you get to Ethiopia, this is sort of what everyone has in the household. Okay? So we're gonna toss this with a little bit of olive oil and put it on a sheet tray. Look at that.
Oh, I love the sound of that.
Right?
So you just on some parchment paper on a cookie sheet and a baking sheet and into the oven for how long?
So we cooked it about 15 minutes or so, and around 4 to 450, pretty high heat.
So it'll get a little brown, a little crispy.
Yes, yes.
And while that's cooking, you're going to make a nice kind of a shallot vinaigrette.
Yeah, we're gonna give some crunch to it. You know what I mean? So, peanuts, ground up peanuts, so delicious, right? Gives you that
Salted?
crunch. These are unsalted.
Unsalted.
And it could be sunflower seeds, it could be peanuts, it could be
Oh, so
pumpkin
you can
seeds.
do whatever nut you
Yeah,
want.
just that crunch, right? And then cook them up and just caramelize them a little bit. And this Brussels salad really is really all about texture, right? And flavors, because of the peanuts and because of the things that we're adding in, it's going to be so crunchy and delicious. And
Now,
so-
what kind of oil are you?
Just some olive oil.
Just olive oil.
Just some
Okay.
olive oil.
I didn't know if it'd be like peanut oil. Would that be too much? Would that be too much peanut?
No, I think the peanut oil definitely makes sense. But when you cook, especially on a holiday, you don't want to have two oils.
Yeah.
You got olive oil on
Who
there.
needs all the oil?
Yeah.
Hey, come on.
Yeah, exactly.
Stop it.
So just the shallots, we're just cutting down, and just like that.
People are afraid of shallots because well, I think because they got to peel them and it's they're all upset. People get worked up when you say
That's
shallot.
what people are saying?
Well, I don't know if they are. That's what I was saying. I'm sure we're going to hear from the shallot lobby. What are you talking about? You're talking trash talk about our shallots.
Yeah, exactly. Just like Michelle Obama, when they go low, we go high.
Oh!
Boom! Get me, right? And I'm just gonna bring a little bit of chopped parsley as well. There's nothing like just that bitter, beautiful piece of parsley. I love it. You know, when I was a child, I didn't like it.
Yeah,
but I
now
love it.
you've come to appreciate it.
Yes. It means the two things. It means that I'm old and you change your taste.
There
right?
you go.
But the reason why you want a little bitter here is because we're gonna add sweet things to this. Right? We're gonna have maple syrup and we're gonna have these guys. Those guys.
The pomegranate
The
seed?
pomegranates, exactly. So the sweetness is going to go up. I love this sound. I love. So.
A little more oil?
Yeah, just a little bit flavors. Look at that. This alone is delicious,
I was
right?
going to say.
And I'm going back with the same flavors. Some rosemary. A little bit of maple syrup. It could be honey.
Put in agave if you wanted.
Could be agave. See, you travel, you fancy.
I've been around.
You know, I'm here.
I've
trying
been to a
promote-
rodeo. I've seen
trying
the
to promote
county fair.
upstate,
I've
local
tried-
ingredients.
That's
You
right,
go
that
across the
upstate.
border.
Go upstate.
Yeah.
Upstate, that maple, that New York maple syrup.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that smells fantastic.
Smells so good, right? And the sound. So this is it. This is it. Look at this.
Wow.
This is it.
This is the noisiest recipe we've made yet.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
So, look at that.
Oh, the golden color. Oh, and now look at this.
Add in.
Now you've got the Brussels sprouts that we've already taken out of the oven. You've already
Yes.
prepped these. And you're going to put it in here.
And we're going to toss them because now they're going to get coated with this beautiful.
This is next level.
It is, but it's your holidays. You want that.
I like how your voice went up.
You got family from Paris coming. You better have some good
Look
Brussels on the
at
table.
this.
Look at that.
Oh
That's
my
it.
Gosh.
Look at this. Look at this. This is what I mean. This is a
Wow.
dish by itself. And, you know, it's crunchy. Get in there. Get in there.
This looks like the holidays.
It does, right?
It really does. I mean, it'd be perfect for Christmas. It looks Christmassy. It looks bounty-ish.
Through the whole winter, you can use this recipe, you know, and it's just.
This
so
is almost like a
delicious.
meal. This is a meal unto itself.
It is, definitely, and you have the crunch, you have the delicious factor, and you have, you know, the craveability.
I can feel the umami.
Yes.
I can feel
I
the
love
umami.
it, Al.
Before
You
I
have
even-
now
before I-
graduated.
Before I even eat this,
Yes.
I can.
Fancy
Here, let me
you.
well, look at us. Hold on. Let me. You hold
I
that
can
one.
feel the umami.
I can
That's
feel.
fancy.
Can you feel umami tonight?
Nice.
Here we go.
Look at that. Yeah.
Oh.
And the crunch from the pomegranate and the peanut. It's so delicious.
This is crazy good. I got a lot to be thankful for this thing. Got something new for the dish.
Woo! Whatever you guys are doing here, this is fun. This is next level.
Oh. As we wrap up, and I still have those Brussels sprouts. Oh my gosh, they're so fantastic. What are you most thankful for this year?
The fact that I'm most thankful for that my family and I, and my extended family and I, are healthy. We lost people in 20. I lost my uncle. My nephew had long COVID in Sweden, like not just for months, but for a very, very long time. You know, he's 26, and it's like it's very, very scary for us. And you know, I lost my friend, which you know very well as well, Mr. Floyd Cardos. So 20 was a year where it was really shaky for us emotionally, for me and my family. And I'm grateful for that we're healthy and that we are able to do this and move forward. And again, there is a lesson in all of this, right? It might be too early to really see it, but there is a lesson. I think moments like Thanksgiving gives us an opportunity to say, hey, I appreciate you. I love you.
Well, Marcus Samuelsson, I appreciate you. I have appreciated your friendship, your hospitality, and your kindness. You are truly one of the best, and I'm so thrilled that we were able to have you on Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker. All the best, and enjoy the holidays.
Same to you and your family. And Al, I just want to say, I mean, you can take it out, you can keep it in, but I just want to say, you're truly a mentor for me, and your journey is so inspirational. And when I would think about longevity and greatness, your name always comes up first. So I think for everything, just setting the standard. Thank you so much.
No, thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcast.
Oh, cranberry sauce. The eternal question, canned or homemade? Probably one of the biggest debates of the Thanksgiving meal. And while for some, this dish might be the last thing you really even think about when you're prepping your Thanksgiving meal, our next chef has a recipe so enticing that it just may convince you to serve cranberries as your main course. His name, Sean Sherman, a James Beard award-winning chef, also a member of the Oglala Lakota tribe, raised in Pine Ridge, South Dakota, currently living in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Chef Sean is committed to showing people some of the incredible dishes that can be made with foods indigenous to this continent. Today, he's going to take us through one of his favorite recipes, wojape, a traditional sauce made out of berries. Now, while a lot of different kinds of berries can be used in this dish today, we're going to use cranberry and rosehip. It's a recipe that's sure to not only change the way we consider cranberries, but teach us something as well. Sean, thanks so much for joining us today on Cooking Up a Storm.
Thanks for having me. Really appreciate it.
Here's the thing. This dish is not only gorgeous, but it is delicious as well. And it seems to me that it would be a very versatile kind of recipe in that you can pair this with different things. Today, we've got this wonderful cornbread-like meal, but what are some of the other pairings that this could go with?
Well, I mean, it's just a sauce, so I feel like there's no rules. You can do whatever you want to with it. Mm-hmm. You can use it for leftovers the next day. You can make a salad dressing with it. You can freeze it and make a sorbet. You can do all those things.
This is something you grew up with. Your grandmother would make this, wojape, which it's a Lakota word, but using a different berry. How would she make it? What berries would she use?
Well, we traditionally use choke cherries because the choke cherry trees grew all over the plains around the Badlands and Black Hills in South Dakota. So we harvested a ton of choke cherries, and then they would just cook it down with water and sweeten it if it needs to be sweetened a little bit. But for me, that aroma just sends me right back to being 5 years old.
You've got this terrific restaurant in Minneapolis. What berries do you use for your wojape in that restaurant?
At our restaurant called Owamni by the Sioux Chef, spelled S-I-O-U-X, we use all sorts of berries. We've been using aronia berries, choke cherries, cranberries, blackberries, blueberries, both wild and domesticated. But we also utilize a lot of wild foods out there too, lots of conifers and trees, lots of wild herbs like hyssop and bergamot. And there's so much to explore when you start looking around the world and seeing all these plants with all these great tastes and flavors. I feel like the Western diet's never really touched like the amazing flavors of where we are here.
Is this, in a sense, a seasonal dish in that using different berries that are native and are in season at different times?
Absolutely. I feel like this is a perfect time, into the fall season because cranberries come out around that time, September, October, and the rose hips are best when they're drying up and the leaves are turning color and they get a little bit sweeter. So that's a good time to harvest them in the wild if you know what to look for. So I feel like it's a very fall recipe.
This food and the food you prep, is that in a sense, it's what would have been foraged?
Yeah, we just try to make food taste like where we might be. So I'm in Minneapolis around the Great Lakes where there's lots of woods and lakes. And, if I find a cranberry bog, there'll be some rose hips along the lake shore and there'll be maple trees around there too. So all those ingredients are living together right there. And it's fun to think about that of, what were indigenous peoples utilizing for food and what was in their pantries and what were the flavors that they were playing with to create all sorts of recipes.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life in primetime And streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is getting you ready for the holiday season. From how to get your orders on time,
The race to prepare for a holiday shipping season like no other.
to traveling shortcuts and safety essentials, what you need to know every morning on Today.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go! International Day of the Girl.
The strength and courage of these women is remarkable.
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference?
Believe in yourself. You can make it happen.
Cooking up a storm with Al Roker, a Thanksgiving feast and a podcast. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sean, what are rose hips? I just all I can think of is like a flower that looks like Elvis singing, but I'm sure it has nothing to do with that. What are rose hips?
So if you know what a rose plant looks like,
Right.
you'll find these little red kind of blossom pieces on there. And as they dry up, they get really sweet and tart, and it's a wonderful flavor. So I harvest a lot of wild foods in the forests and on the Great Plains, because that's kind of the area that I live in. And there's rose hips all over the place, and they're really fun to harvest. And, you know, there's thorns. You have to be a little bit careful with picking them. And there's a lot of seeds in them, so they take a little bit of work. But there's plenty of places to find dried rose hips that are seeded and sifted and easy to use. And you can literally just pour some hot water out over those, and it'll turn into a rose hip jam within moments. So it's a wonderful little piece.
And if you don't have rose hips, what would you substitute that?
You can use whatever you want to. I mean, like I said, when I grew up, wojapi was choke cherry, but we use lots of mixed berries. So you can do cranberry and blueberry. You can do cranberry and blackberry, cranberry and strawberry, like whatever makes you happy.
So, Sean, is there a particular dish that goes with wojapi?
Well, when I was growing up, it was fry bread, which actually has a lot of interesting history too when it comes from colonized foods. But you know, I just love it with vegetables. I love it with this cornbread that we're serving with it today. And I think it's pretty much good on whatever you want to. We would just eat it straight when I was a kid. So
It seems like Owamni would be, in a sense, of the moment right now, in that a plant-based diet has never been probably more popular and gaining more acceptance. Was that just a happy accident for you guys?
You know, we celebrate a lot of plant-based foods. I myself eat largely a plant-based diet, and it was easy for us to celebrate plants because we cut out dairy, so there's no cheese and all that stuff in our food. So if it didn't have meat on it particularly, then it was completely plant-based. So over half the menu ended up being plant-based like that. And, you know, it's good because you eat that food and you feel healthy. It agrees with your stomach and your body, and it makes your mind happy.
Yeah, what are some of the goals of your new restaurant, Owamni, in Minneapolis?
It's really to showcase that a modern indigenous restaurant can exist in this world. I feel like we should have indigenous restaurants in every single city because we're in these food capitals like Manhattan, like Chicago, like, you know, and there's 0 Native American restaurants, which is insane because no matter where we are, we're standing on indigenous land, and there should be healthy and happy representation of indigenous cultures and showcasing that diversity and celebrating that diversity through food and through story.
We're talking about this dish for Thanksgiving, which, you know, for the indigenous peoples of our country, it's got to be a complicated holiday.
It absolutely is. I mean, because if you look at the Pilgrim and the Indian story, you know, there's a lot of erasure going on. It's kind of like, remember that time we had you over for dinner a few hundred years ago? You know, it doesn't talk about all of the really intense trauma that happened to indigenous peoples, especially in the 17 and 1800s, and even, you know, through the 1900s. And so there's a lot of repair work to do, and we shouldn't be celebrating those stories that really have no basis in reality. But we can be celebrating holidays to come together as people and as families and to celebrate food. And why not celebrate the food of the land you're standing on?
For you growing up, what was your relationship? I mean, I try to imagine what it would be like because, again, having grown up in this country, but, you know, again, you know, as a Black American having, you know, a complicated relationship. But for you, a holiday, one of our central holidays in this country, based on, in a sense, this mythology that wasn't correct. Were you aware of that? Did it make it a difficult time for you to celebrate growing up?
You know, it's just complicated, like you said. So some family really embraced it and really loved the whole dinner, the whole classical dinner, and others were really upset about the whole story for obvious reasons. And so I have lots of family members that won't celebrate Thanksgiving particularly because of that. But I feel like we can grow out of that. I feel like we can move forward with it. I feel like that particular holiday doesn't have to carry that mythology with it, and we don't have to single out an entire culture with an untrue story.
So here we are, 2021. What role do you think Thanksgiving plays today, or should it play?
It should really be a celebration of harvest. It should be a celebration of coming together. It should be a celebration of being thankful and looking forward and just, being with people that we love and missing the people that can't be there with us.
A number of folks that we've talked to on this podcast have talked about that the Thanksgiving for them tends to be their favorite holiday because at its core, especially today, it's more about not so much what happened in the past, but what's happening now and why we are thankful. And it doesn't have a religious connotation. It is not about gift giving. It is just about celebrating what you are thankful for.
That's what it should be for, and it shouldn't have this kind of nationalistic kind of touch to it, of celebrating, this Pilgrims and Indians coming together situation where everything's good, because it's not that simple. Like, there's a lot of things that we should address in our society of how this country was built and things that we need to do better to move forward. And again, it's celebrating more diversity, inclusivity, I think is going to be more important.
And learning about a food's history or the importance that an indigenous food played in this country and continues to play. Does that food history bring us, or can it bring us closer together?
I feel like it can, because I feel like if people truly understand how countless communities were surviving for thousands of generations before anybody else showed up on this land space, and all the amazing diversity of food and flavor that was out there, there's so much to learn. When you look at some of these bases, like the corn, the wild rice, the cranberry, the maple, the rose hips, all those are from these regions, and there's so much history behind there, and there's so much connection to indigenous peoples with these foods, and we should be learning about those stories. It'll help open us up.
Mm-hmm. For you, what are you thankful for this year?
I'm thankful for everything that we're able to do. I'm thankful for the work that we have, for the team that's behind us. I'm thankful for being around all this wonderful food. I'm thankful for all these opportunities to tell these stories.
And I will tell you, I think what is unique about wojape that I don't think any other dish that we've prepared during this podcast, I think that is the one thing that literally can be from start to finish in a meal. It could be in an appetizer, it could be part of an entree, could be a dessert. I mean, this is probably the Swiss Army knife of Thanksgiving food.
It's extremely versatile, of course. Yeah, and again, there's no rules. You can do whatever you want to with it.
I like that for Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving, no rules. Wojape.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your news to life. In prime time and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours since the Iowa caucuses by the mail elections.
All right, it just me too.
Cooking up a storm with Al Roker, a Thanksgiving feast and a podcast. Listen now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just me too.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There to some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Banner delivers.
All right, it just me too.
Cooking up a storm with Al Roker, a Thanksgiving feast and a podcast. Listen now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Thrilled to have you. And you know, look, I don't think people realize what a real food town Minneapolis is. And you found this place with your restaurant, Owamni. Tell me about it.
Well, we are right on the Mississippi River, and we're right on a really sacred Dakota space because there used to be this beautiful waterfall right in that area, right downtown Minneapolis, and it was called Owamni Yamni by the Dakota people. And we took the short name Owamni to celebrate this beautiful place to showcase what is modern indigenous food, and really kind of utilizing a lot of wild foods around us and making food taste like where we are.
And Sean, I think what we're making today is basically central to your restaurant, Owamni. You don't use what you call colonized ingredients. Explain that.
Well, we cut out ingredients that weren't from here, so we removed things like dairy, wheat flour, cane sugar, beef, pork, chicken, things that were introduced to these lands, and we really focus on what were the foods of where we were or where we are. So we utilize a lot of wild foods, a lot of native agriculture products like corns, beans, squash, maple, pieces like that, and just again, like try to make food taste like where we are and put a lot of representation into the indigenous cultures of that region.
Which I think is really important coming up for Thanksgiving. What are we making? This is kind of a cranberry sauce, but a different take. What are you making?
It's just really simple because we're just utilizing cranberries, we're utilizing rose hips, and we're utilizing maple, and all three of those things live together. So you can find a cranberry bog in the Great Lakes regions, and you can look around and find wild roses and find maple trees, and all those ingredients live together right there.
And the dish is called
Wojapi is what we call it.
Wojapi.
Traditionally for us, we utilize choke cherry as a berry sauce for that piece.
How do we start this?
All right, well, all we're gonna do basically is just put everything in a pot and let it go.
Wow, this is gonna be a tough one.
It's a pretty simple recipe. And all of these, both the rose hips and cranberries have so much naturopectin that just thickens up so nicely.
Now, in rose hips, where do you get rose hips?
Well, you can find rose hips online. You can find them at some health food stores, but we harvest a lot of them wild because they're all around the lakes, they're all around the forest, they're all around the plains. It's good. We try to entice people to learn about the plants of their regions, and there's so much food and medicine and stuff that we can be doing with this. And some natural sweeteners really go really well with this stuff.
Some maple syrup?
And it's the simplest recipe in the world because it's just, everybody has cranberries on their Thanksgiving table, and this is just looking at it through a different lens. We even put things like cedar or pine or something to give it a little flavor of the forest of where we are, yeah.
So you're using frozen cranberries, but could you use fresh?
Oh, absolutely, because fresh cranberry season is great when it's here, and we utilize a lot of them, but the frozen cranberries, non-sugared, are so good, you know.
Wow, you know, it's funny you talk about cedar, and I had made a recipe this past holiday season that called for a pine simple syrup, and I never thought that, you just clean off the Christmas tree and you boil it with sugar and water, and you end up with a wonderful aromatic syrup.
Absolutely. Like, we serve a lot of wild teas like white cedar tea, sumac tea, pine tea, spruce tea, balsam fir tea, and those flavors are really wonderful, and they're all around us, especially where I'm at in Minnesota, where there's so much forest and lakes there.
Now, how long will you cook this down for?
You only need to cook this for about 15 minutes, really, and it comes, you can kind of cook it to where you feel like the consistency is going to be where you want it to be.
So we've got some over here that's already been simmering. How do you want a smooth consistency, and if so, how do you make that happen?
I feel like it's really a matter of preference because these things will break up so easily on their own, and you can break them up with just a whisk. But if you happen to have an immersion blender and you want a really smooth sauce, then you're able to just buzz this up really quickly and carefully. And you want to be really careful, of course, because it's hot liquid and you don't want to spray everywhere. So,
yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this, and it would almost seem like if you had leftovers, you could freeze this and almost make a sorbet.
Absolutely, yeah. The same situation, because it's just the simplest of sauces. You can put it on sandwiches. You can, put it on, use it as a salad dressing once it's cold.
Oh wow!
You can do all sorts of stuff. And you can smell a little bit of that rose hip in the cranberry that kind of sets it aside.
Oh, yeah. How did you come up with this?
Well, it was just the simplest of ingredients. So basic cranberry sauce is just that, cooking some cranberries in some water. Adding the rose hips, I think, adds a little bit more thickness and sheen to it and a little floralness. You're just using a natural sweetener like maple or maybe agave or something like that. Just really kind of brings it out. So it doesn't need to be a big sugary sauce, you know, because the fruit itself has a lot of flavor.
And then what are we serving this with?
So we make these little husk breads at our restaurant, and it's just really simple because it's literally just dried corn that's cooked and then ground into a corn dough. And we're actually using some of this puffed wild rice. So we just take wild rice, because where we are in Minnesota, we have true wild rice growing around all the lakes. There's like, 15,000 lakes in Minnesota, and there's so much of this, and we just dry toast it, and it just makes a nice little snack.
Oh, this is toast. So you eat it just
you can eat it just like that.
Oh, that's crunchy.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. And then so this stuff, you would just add a little bit of sauce. Like so. So these little corn packets have wild rice, a little bit of fresh corn, dried corn, and it's just so simple. And again, because of what we do, we're gluten-free, dairy-free, sugar-free, soy-free, pork-free, you name it. So, and it's healthy and it tastes good.
That's great. I mean, it's almost like a jam jelly.
Yeah, super simple. Super simple. Better than the canned stuff.
I was going to say, is food the great uniter?
It really is, because we all have food in common, and cultural food is something that's really important. It's our identity. We think about our parents and our grandparents and the foods that they passed down. And I want to see a world where we can find indigenous restaurants all over the nation celebrating the history and the land of where that might be.
Well, this is terrific. This is something to give thanks for.
Awesome.
This is wonderful. Sean, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go.
Think you'll run for office one of these days?
I'm not saying no to anything.
Wow.
Welcome to Football Fright in America.
That was amazing.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go.
We're going to kick off the Pink Power and Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
What's the best thing about being this age?
You have nothing to prove because you already proved it.
What does it feel like to be in a city that you love so much?
I am humbly proud that I stuck up for my town.
We all have the honor of helping reopen the doors.
Broadway is back!
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours until the Iowa caucuses. Private Banner and then Richardson.
All right, it just did too.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Al, we're going to start with you and the Roker family. What's the history with the sweet potato?
Well, my mother has always made this, and we still make it kind of in her memory.
Yeah.
And you can use any sweet potatoes, yams. You've got white sweet potatoes, Japanese. Any number of them all have a little bit of a different flavor. But you basically peel them down, and then you cut them up into like about 2-inch size cubes. Now, I have done a little a variation of this where I cut them up into slightly smaller cubes and then actually roasted them, and it gives it a slightly nuttier flavor. But you're basically going to put these in, boil them for about 10, 12 minutes till they get nice and soft. And then once that happens, you let them cool off, and you've got a little butter,
Just a little.
Just a little bit.
Just a little butter. You've got some flour. You've got some brown sugar.
Okay, so this is healthy. This
There's nothing good about this. You've got crushed pineapple.
Pineapple,
And then
what are the spices?
That's the secret.
Yeah, a little pineapple. And then you've got nutmeg, some cloves, some salt, and some cinnamon. You put it all in. You mash it up till it's in a rough. You don't want it smooth. You just mash it so that it's kind of rough.
So you don't even use the electric mixer. You just use the masher.
Masher. Just a nice workout.
Did you guys have this only the holidays? Or
Yeah, my mother would only make it Thanksgiving and Christmas.
Oh, cool.
Then you bake it for about 30 minutes at 350, and then you line it with marshmallows. And you line that up. You put it under the broiler very quickly.
Yes.
You got to watch it.
Can burn that.
Every year we would distract my mom so that they would catch fire. So we always bought 2 bags of Jet Puff marshmallows. Okay, and we also cornbread. You can do it 2 ways. We like this a little jalapeno cheddar or your plain corn.
Very good. Wow, that's delicious. I never liked the yams at Thanksgiving, as you know. That's not but this I could get behind.
Absolutely.
That looks delicious. How is it, guys?
Yummy.
Good?
Fantastic.
Yeah, and if you take the marshmallows off, you could kind of make it more like a side dish than a dessert.
You don't want to take the marshmallows off that.
All right. Bingo, what do you have?
Okay, so I'm going to make an autumn panzanella, and panzanella is basically a bread salad. So we're going to start with this butternut squash. It has all sorts of fall vegetables in it.
What does panzanella mean? What is that?
It's a bread salad.
Bread salad?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I did just say that. Thank you, Craig.
Does he listen to you at home?
No, there was somebody in the studio talking. I couldn't.
Okay.
Sorry, I couldn't.
So you just scoop it out, and then you're going to slice it again, like
being at
sort of
home.
like you did. Into,
So you peeled it?
So
yes,
husbandy.
peeled it.
I have selective hearing, I suppose.
That's absolutely true. Little cubes over here. So we have them all cubed. We've got some tomatoes, some Brussels sprouts. We're going to put some
Now, who made
olive
this?
oil.
Gigi made this? Who in
yes,
your family?
my mom. My mom loves a good panzanella.
Did the kids enjoy eating this around the holidays?
Actually, yeah,
And by
because
the kids, she means you.
yeah, I mean anything with bread in it, I'm like. I'm a big.
You made
I'm a big
version
carb
of this
loader,
just
especially
last
right
week.
now.
Yeah.
Okay, so salt and pepper, and then you're gonna roast these about 20 minutes or so, 400 degrees, just until they get kind of caramelized, fork tender. You don't want to overcrowd that because then they won't get caramelized.
Right.
So, and now we're gonna fry up some pancetta, as one would. You cube the pancetta. And this will just add a little crisp to the top.
If you can't get pancetta, could you use just like slab bacon?
Yeah, absolutely. I just love pancetta. And this is just I love like the texture of the salad with the bread and the crispy pancetta. Another thing we're gonna add, we're gonna let this saute for a little bit, and then we're gonna add sage, which will give it such a yummy, autumn.
What dressing do you use
awesome.
on this?
Okay, so now we're gonna make the dressing. We've got Dijon mustard right here. We'll add some red wine vinegar, some maple syrup. More
How's
of
the
the yummy
salad?
fall flavor.
Heaven, I finished it.
Good, right?
What is
delicious.
panzanella?
We're gonna rewind.
Just one question.
Oh, Sandy.
Oh, Sandy. Yeah, and then you'll add some olive oil slowly. That's how it gets nice and thick. And then this is your bread that makes it a panzanella. Yeah. Hoda, it's a panzanella.
Bread salad.
Carson, what do you do in the kitchen while all this is?
I make the cocktails. This, if you came to my house, this is my mother's handwriting of the recipe, which we always loved her handwriting. And Siri had this made on a towel that sits in our kitchen.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
So this was cool. And it's a Brandy Alexander, and I'll make it when we're done. Are you done with the salad?
I'm done. Yes, go for it.
This was, this
put
is
the
a
dressing
cocktail
on.
that started in our household really just around Christmas or Thanksgiving, but then it became like the drink in the house. And we use it at every celebration, birthdays and whatnot. And it's a very simple recipe, as my mom has written out here. So it's always fun. It's 1.5 cups of brandy to a cup of cream to cocoa. So that's the ratio, and then a cup of half and half. That's basically it. We added ice. Somewhere along the line, I added a scoop of vanilla ice cream to my mom's recipe.
It's also very
A little
light.
bow thruster.
Yeah, very light.
Just a little bit. And
This is good for the kids too, right?
no, this is not. Although, yeah, you can make the mocktail version of that.
My first Christmas with the Dailies, I had a dangerous amount of those.
These get going. So anyway, it should be like a milkshake consistency, though, and then we take a little bit of nutmeg right on top. This was such a big part of our family that we had a dog. We named the dog Brandy Alexander because it was a white little fluffy dog with a little bit of brown right here, like nutmeg, and we called her Lexi. So this is a very, very big daily household cocktail, the Brandy Alexander.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Alrighty, dear listeners, we've reached that part of the meal that for many is the piece de resistance of a Thanksgiving spread, the bird. So to tackle such a monumental dish, we have brought in one of the culinary world's true rising stars, chef and writer Sohla El-Waylly. Now, you may have seen some of her very popular YouTube videos on a variety of channels, including New York Times Cooking. She also has a new show on history titled Ancient Recipes with Sohla. Not only is Sohla known for creating inventive recipes, but she has an undeniable warmth that truly shines no matter where she is. And today, I am thrilled she's able to join us on Cooking Up a Storm to walk us through her recipes for crisp and juicy herb-roasted turkey and honey thyme gravy. Almost sounds like an old-time, and honey thyme gravy. Well, Sohla, welcome. Good to see you, honey thyme.
Happy to be here.
I must tell you, this recipe is a revelation to me. It's tender, it's crisp, it's flavorful, and it's all because you dry brine your turkey and you spatchcock it. So why?
Okay. So the dry brine, we touched on it a little bit before, but it does so many amazing things to the turkey. A dry brine, it sounds like complicated, but you're just putting salt on something and letting it hang out. What happens is, as the salt sits on the meat, the meat juices dissolves the salt, and then it gets drawn into the meat. And then that's going to tenderize the meat fibers by actually dissolving some of the meat fibers into like a gel. So when it cooks up, it's going to be really tender, more forgiving if you accidentally overcook it. And of course, it's going to season it, so it tastes really good. And then the best part is that the fat on the skin kind of breaks down a little bit. The skin gets really dry, and then you get like super, super crispy, like shattery skin.
And what's interesting is that once you dry brine it, you leave it uncovered in the fridge. For how long?
A turkey is really, really big, so at least 24 hours, but I think 48 is like perfect. Just let it go. Forget about it.
Set it and forget it.
Set it and forget it.
There you go. Now, when you talk about turkey, you say that, what you start with is what you're going to finish with. So if you start with a good heritage turkey, you're going to end up with a really tasty turkey.
Yeah, I think that you should try and get like the best quality turkey that you can afford. They can get expensive. Maybe you need less turkey per person, but it's going to be a lot tastier. A lot of those conventional brands are injected with brine, which just means they're plumped up with water. I try and get the best turkey you can find, organic, heritage, but you don't have to break the bank, just invite less people.
And here's the thing. I do agree with the invite less people part, but that's another story. Hopefully none of my family's listening. But I also think we tend to want to give people a lot. When at Thanksgiving, it's more about the sides than it is, in a sense, the turkey. So you don't need a lot of turkey.
No, you don't need a lot. Just try and make sure it's good, right? I feel like a lot of times the turkey ends up being the most disappointing thing on the table. Because you get something, those turkeys that have like the thermometer in it that pops?
Yeah, the pop-up thing.
Those are a lie.
They are.
They only pop at like when the turkey is so overcooked, it's like cardboard. Don't waste your time with that. Get the good turkey, temp it yourself.
When I bite into your turkey, it's not only moist and just juicy and succulent, but it is very flavorful. What is causing that?
It's just because we didn't dilute the flavor. Because we started with the good bird that wasn't injected with brine, and then we didn't do a wet brine. Because a lot of recipes tell you to dunk your turkey in this wet brine, which is like water and salt, and your turkey's just going to absorb water. So we're keeping that turkey flavor really, really concentrated, and so it tastes more like turkey. Oh, and then there's a secret ingredient,
What's
right? The MSG. The MSG,
which is in the rub.
There's a little bit of MSG in the rub. You don't need very much. MSG is one of those things where just a little bit makes a huge difference, and it makes your turkey taste more like turkey. It just makes things more savory. So if you're cooking something that's already savory, like tomato sauce or anything with cheese, any kind of meat, just like a pinch of MSG makes it taste more like itself.
Good. A lot of people, because MSG's gotten, in your opinion, a bad rap.
Unfairly. None of the scientific studies have shown that there's any negative effects from eating MSG. I like science.
So you shouldn't have a big handful of it, but just a little sprinkle.
A little sprinkle here and there. It just makes everything taste better.
What's the one mistake when it comes to the turkey that we make?
I think cooking it whole. and putting stuffing in it, trying to get that picture perfect turkey. The stuffing dries it out because all of that flavorful turkey juice just gets absorbed into the stuffing. And then when you cook it whole, it doesn't cook as evenly. When you flatten out your turkey and spatchcock it, what happens is the legs get a little bit more heat just because of just the design. And then your legs need a little bit more heat.
Because they're going to take longer to cook.
They take a little longer to cook, so that way they get a little bit more heat. That connective tissue has a chance to break down, and your breast, which is in the center, is a little bit more protected. When you cook your turkey whole, the breast is getting all of the heat.
Yeah,
and
because
it
it's
gets
up
dried
high.
out. It's up high. It's getting all that attention, and it should be like a little bit protected, you know?
You've actually, after having tasted this, and I've been a huge proponent, if you've listened to this, and there's no reason why you would have, but to stuff the turkey. I like the stuffing, and probably you've now explained why I like stuffing in the turkey, because it absorbs all the flavor of the turkey.
You can make a really tasty stuffing on the side if you get some really good bone broth and just like add it to your stuffing mix. It's going to taste like it was cooked in a turkey. Wow. You can have it all.
Can I have it all?
We can all have it all, at least one day a year.
Okay, that's all I'm asking for. That's all.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work, or is this going to backfire?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go.
You think you'll run for office one of these days?
I'm not saying no to anything.
Wow.
Welcome to Football Fright in America.
That was amazing.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, the gravy. I will say, when you were adding honey to it, I thought, really? And yet again, you have changed my whole preconceived notion of everything that I've come to believe about Thanksgiving. So how did you come across the idea of putting honey into your gravy?
On my kitchen counter, like my core spices are salt, sugar, MSG, pepper, and honey. A little bit of honey helps round out dishes in a way that, like sugar doesn't do. The honey gives it a nice body. Honey has like a little bit of natural acidity, so it kind of perks things up, and there's that sweetness. But you saw I didn't go overboard. It's just like a couple of teaspoons, and it really just mellows out all the flavors. Sugar is really important in savory food, the same way you add a pinch of salt to dessert. It just helps everything like liven up. It's like, hello.
For you growing up so long, what was Thanksgiving? What were your Thanksgiving memories?
Thanksgiving's my favorite day of the year.
Is
Genuinely, I love Thanksgiving. Yeah. My family is Muslim, so we didn't grow up celebrating any of like the conventional holidays like Easter or Christmas or New Year's, even because my parents also worked a lot. But Thanksgiving was the one thing that we did that other people did that made me feel like I fit in. Like, it was the one time of year where I felt like everybody else, which is when you're a kid, that's all you want.
Yeah.
So I loved it. My mom, when my parents first came to America, my mom worked at a factory, and one of her coworkers was really great and like really helped us learn about American cuisine. So she would have my mom over, and they would just like cook together. So one Thanksgiving, my mom came over really early, and they cooked the whole meal together. Fully like super traditional, classic American stuff, like the box stuffing, the gelatin pudding pie, Everything was like from a box, but it was delicious. And the canned cranberry sauce and all that. And that was the meal that we had almost every single year until I got older and I started to make things from scratch. But yeah, like I loved the green bean casserole with the soup from the can.
Oh yeah, and the French fried onions.
French fried onion. Yeah, we did all the classics and I loved it because I loved feeling like everyone in the country was like doing the same thing.
It was a shared experience.
Yeah.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
In a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
So we're doing this spatchcocking, and you are dry brining.
Yes.
The turkey.
Very important.
Now, why is that important?
So by dry brining, what you're doing is, it sounds a lot more complicated than it is. You're just going to sprinkle salt and whatever else you want on there, and then what happens is, it takes time. As it sits in the fridge, the salt on the surface of the turkey is going to dissolve, and it creates a really concentrated brine with just the salt and the turkey juices that then gets sucked into the turkey. And then it does 3 really cool things. First, obviously, it's going to season it and make it delicious.
Right.
But it also kind of breaks down some of those muscle fibers, creating a bit of a gel, so it stays
more tender.
It's really tender, really juicy, and there's less worry about overcooking it. It's just going to be a bit more forgiving. Okay. And then I think the best part about the dry brine is it's going to dry out the surface of the skin and break down the fat, so you get really crispy skin.
Crispy. Ooh.
Crispy.
Crispy. All right. I'm very excited about this. So what? How do we start? How do we start to prep this?
Okay. So first the dry brine. So I'm keeping it really, really simple.
Okay.
It's just salt, a little bit of sugar that helps with the browning, and a touch of MSG. You know.
That's a good thing.
That's a good thing.
That's
we
a
want
very
our
good
turkey
thing.
to taste like turkey.
I mean, please.
But you can add spices to this. I like to keep it simple because especially if you're doing like a potluck and you have a bunch of friends coming. Yeah.
So now you're going to show us how to spatchcock this.
Yeah, okay. So we've got like a 12 to 14 pound turkey. I think you don't want to get bigger than that because that's when it starts to cook really unevenly. So if you have a lot of people, make 2 turkeys.
Okay.
Yeah. So spatchcock, super easy. We're going to flip this over.
Okay.
Boom. And we're going to cut out the backbone. And then we can open it up and kind of like butterfly it. So I'm just gonna use kitchen shears. And we're gonna do little snippety. We're gonna get through those bones. Okay. Get to the cracking sounds. You did it!
Ah! I need a napkin, I need a towel.
Don't you feel strong after
I
that?
feel like I'm gonna go rip out a transmission of a car.
Okay, so now we're gonna flip it over.
Okay.
So some people like to remove these wing tips, but I don't bother because that was already a journey, right?
Right.
So now we're gonna
I
flatten.
gotta take a break. I'm exhausted.
Yeah. Okay, so now I'm gonna get on top and just flatten the breast. Very important. We're gonna dry off our turkey.
So the idea is to reduce as much moisture on the surface.
Totally, yeah. So we want to get it. Take your time with this part. I'm gonna pat the cutting board dry because I don't want to lose a bunch of dry brine to the board.
Okay.
Because it's gonna stick to whatever's wet.
Oh.
And then we're gonna get sprinkling on every inch of this turkey, all over, inside, outside. Let's start with this part because we're gonna flip it over. So get every single bit, rain it on.
Make it rain.
We're gonna use all of this. I know it looks
All
like a lot of salt, but you need it. It's a very big bird. So some of it's gonna fall off. You wanna pick it up, get it back on there. Every single inch. Now when you get your turkey in the oven, we're gonna let this sit in the fridge.
Right.
And what's gonna happen is initially it's gonna get really wet because the salt's gonna
Draw out the moisture.
draw out the moisture. That's the first stage. And then if you let it sit, let it just keep sitting, it's gonna once again get really nice and dry once that salt and moisture gets reabsorbed.
Now, when you put it in the fridge, should it be skin side up?
Skin side up.
Breast side up?
Breast side up, uncovered, and 24 hours minimum, but ideally 48.
So 48.
48 hours.
Could you go 72?
Yeah, I have.
Okay. So,
Dry brine.
so it obviously, if you are planning ahead for Thanksgiving and you've got a frozen bird, you've got to plan way ahead.
Way ahead. Get that bird defrosting a week before Thanksgiving.
Or maybe start right after Halloween.
Or maybe right after listening to this podcast. Go buy a turkey.
There you go. Now, are you a bit of a turkey snob? Do you have to have a fresh turkey as opposed to a frozen turkey?
I think that it's important, the quality of the turkey you start with is really important, so I try to get a heritage breed. Okay, so I like to keep it really simple. We're just gonna roast it on a bed of these woody herbs. Whatever you've got, pop it on here. So you can get crazy, you could put garlic under there, onion, lemon, but I like to keep it real simple so that the sides can kind of shine.
Okay.
And this is gonna hang out in the fridge, uncovered.
Uncovered. For 1 to 2 days.
Yes.
Then you're going to take it out. Now, how long do you leave it out before you put it in the oven?
Well, you could just put it in the oven, but I think it comes out so much better if you let it come to room temperature before you roast it.
Because it doesn't have to fight, the oven doesn't have to fight the coldness.
Yeah, exactly. It's not shocked.
Right.
So I like to let it sit for 3 hours.
Okay.
But then the great news is, because it's spatchcocked and dry brined, we're gonna cook it on high heat, 425, and it only takes 90 minutes.
What?
Yeah.
Game changer.
I know, instead of having your oven blocked up with the turkey for 4 hours, you can have time to make your casseroles and your pies and all that, and this just goes in right before you eat.
Crazy.
I just changed the game.
You have. Mind blown. All right, so this is in there, and while this is in there...
Well, before it goes in there.
Before it goes in
There's
there.
one more step.
One more thing.
So we want to brush it with a little bit of fat to help get that crispy skin.
Gotcha.
I like to use ghee, which is butter that has had the milk solids.
So clarified butter.
Clarified butter,
Okay.
yeah. So it's gonna give us all the flavor of butter, but it has a higher smoke point, so it's gonna get really crispy as if we were using oil.
Wow. All right.
Magic.
In the oven. 425, 90 minutes.
90 minutes.
While that's happening, we've got more stuff happening here.
Yes. Well, okay. So gravy.
Gravy.
A lot of people make the gravy with the drippings.
Yes.
But I actually don't, because there's a lot of people around the house. There's so
Right.
many things happening. Gravy's an easy thing to get done a couple days before.
Do it ahead of time.
Get it out of the way.
Knock it out.
Knock it out, and then the drippings I like to save as a special treat for the next day. Listen to this. You take those drippings, you're gonna take your leftover turkey, fry them in the drippings, and make turkey carnitas tacos.
My gosh.
Right?
Where have you been all my life?
So the gravy you're gonna make a few days before.
Okay.
If you wanna be extra, take that backbone. You're not afraid.
You didn't mean take it.
Not right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said take that backbone. I'm a very literal person.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
What you can do is take that backbone, roast it up in some fat, maybe roast up your giblets, and then cook that with some broth and a bunch of veggies to make it really, really flavorful, which is what we've done already.
Right.
So this is a broth that's amped up. It's turned up. It's got
broth on steroids.
Boom, exactly. Yeah.
It's like broroids.
Exactly. Yeah, so then once we have your broth, we're gonna make our gravy. Gravy keeps. Nothing bad is gonna happen to this if you make it a few days early, so just
Really?
go for it.
Okay. So you got some butter in here.
Starting with some butter.
Okay.
We're gonna make a really simple roux to thicken up our gravy. So we're gonna melt our butter until it's nice and foamy, and then I'm gonna add some flour. You wanna wait until it gets foamy, because then the butter is hot enough to, like, you know, evenly absorb the flour and you don't have any lumps. That's why you end up with lumps if you just dump the flour in right now. If you make lumps early,
Yes.
you're gonna have lumps the whole time.
Lumps are forever.
Lumps are forever, so
Okay.
you just make sure you don't start with any lumps.
No.
Okay, so we got foamage, so now my flour is getting in.
We had foamage.
And we just want this to get, like, it's gonna get foamy again and blonde. You don't wanna overcook the roux at this point, but this is really it. That's all.
That's it?
That's as far as you need to take it.
Okay.
And now we're gonna add our broth a splash at a time. Now, okay, you know Jacques Pepin, the legendary
Yes.
chef. He can add the broth all at once and not end up with lumpy gravy. But I'm not Jacques Pepin. You're
That's
not
right.
Jacques Pepin.
No, nobody is Jacques
No
Pepin,
one listening
except for
is Jacques Pepin.
That's
I
right.
think you should add it a tablespoon at a time and just make sure you're lump free.
It's almost like you're making a gravy risotto.
Then once you add all of this liquid, you need to make sure it simmers for a few minutes to lose that raw, floury taste. Otherwise, you can taste it. You're like, ooh, you know?
Yeah.
It's gonna be a little weird and starchy. Now, everything here has been pretty simple. We
Yes.
just got like salt, herbs, but you can like get crazy here if you want. You could add some, I don't know, chipotle peppers. Make a spicy gravy to go with your southwestern barbecue turkey.
Very nice.
You know, I want to give you a basic like outline so people can get home and now we're gonna season it up. I'm gonna keep it really simple. A little bit of thyme,
Okay.
a little black pepper. We're gonna add salt to taste. Now, if you're using like a store-bought broth, it probably has a good bit of salt. So make sure you taste it before you get crazy because it might be good.
The butter you use, would you use salted or unsalted?
I always use unsalted
Okay.
because
Okay.
I want full control.
Okay.
You know,
So you can always add salt, but once the salt's in there,
it's over.
you're done.
Game over, yeah.
Forget it.
Okay, and then I like a touch
Wow, honey.
of honey.
I was referring to that, not you. But that's crazy.
Well, I think that I love a little bit of sweetness on the Thanksgiving table because I grew up with the cranberry sauce from the can.
Yeah, who didn't?
Yeah, so this kind of gives me that sweetness in a different way. And also, so when I'm sad, my sad food, my husband makes this for me, is mashed potatoes with this honey gravy. So now it's like my favorite thing.
Oh my gosh.
He's a
And
lovely
it's so
man.
sweet that you have a husband who makes you food to lift you out of your sadness.
Yeah, I'm lucky. Okay, so then make this in advance. So the giblets, my mom always used the giblets, always, either in the stuffing or the gravy. So what I did was, the day you get your turkey all dry brined, sear them off that day while they're nice and fresh. A little bit of salt in a little bit of butter, nicely chopped up, and then on the day of Thanksgiving, you can either add it to your gravy, which is what I'm gonna do, or you can add it to your stuffing. That's also really tasty.
Oh, that's interesting.
But if you don't like giblets, don't eat them.
No.
But at least give them to the dogs.
The dog likes the
Dog loves the
Well, who
giblets, you know? I love the giblets.
I do too.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Cooking up a storm with Al Roker, a Thanksgiving feast and a podcast. Listen now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go. International Day of the Girl.
The strength and courage of these women is remarkable.
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference?
Believe in yourself. You can make it happen.
Cooking up a storm with Al Roker, a Thanksgiving feast and a podcast. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Cooking up a storm with Al Roker, a Thanksgiving feast and a podcast. Listen now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Over here is our lovely finished bird.
Yes, so after your bird comes out of the oven, you gotta let it rest.
Right, how long?
At least at least 20 minutes uncovered, because if you cover it, it's going to get steamy and you're going to lose that crispy skin. But it's okay for like 40 minutes if you have other things you need to do. And like while it waits, I think we can like get dressed up, you know, prepare, right? We can dress up just like the turkey. The turkey doesn't have to have all of the fun.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. By spatchcocking it, is it easier to carve? Because
So much easier.
A lot of people have, including myself, have butchered a good turkey.
That makes it so hard. It's easier to just remove the whole breast and then work with the pieces on your cutting board. So you're gonna take, when your turkey is like out of the oven, take it to your guests, let them revel in the glory.
Behold!
Behold.
We have spatchcocked this for you.
Yeah. And then bring it back into the kitchen and we're gonna carve. Now carving's not so hard. Just start with the pieces that are the most in the way. I'm gonna get rid of these wings. We're not actually cutting through any bones, so the turkey is so nice and tender. We're just really easily, see, it's like butter.
Just like that.
We're just coming right through the joints. So the leg immediately just beautifully came off, right?
That's amazing.
Just make the turkey work for you. You don't even have to like know what you're doing here. You could just rip off the pieces.
Look at this.
Bone. And then we just work our way along this breastbone to remove the meat right off the breast. You can see these ribs right here. Just move along the ribs and just slice them right off. Easy peasy. Anyone can do this. Okay, so now we have this beautiful boneless breast. Instead of trying to do this crazy carve with it on, we just go across and we get
like
beautiful.
it's a loin.
Exactly, and now everyone gets a little bit of skin. That's why I love cutting the turkey this way.
Yeah.
Everybody gets some crispy skin. The meat is so tender and juicy.
I wish they could just breed a turkey that's just made of skin.
We're probably gonna get there soon. They'll probably figure out how to make it plant-based. Just a plant-based skin.
Wow. The mind boggles.
Yeah. Okay,
Look
so
at that.
got a couple of nice slices. Boom. That looks nice,
That
right?
looks fantastic. That's like sandwich ready.
Yeah, it is. And which is the best part? The next day sandwich? I like that more than the actual meal.
I do too.
You want a little dark meat?
Of course.
So I like to debone the dark meat too, so that, you know, it's not just going to that one person who gets the leg first.
Right.
Gonna flip this over, and the bone is right here. We're gonna run our knife right along the bone, and you just gently like peel that skin right off the bone. The meat is really tender, so once we get around here, it'll just slip right out. Flip it over. Wait, keep the skin intact. This is the most important part. Shh. No one's watching, right?
No, they're just listening.
They're just listening. All right, and I'm getting, so you can see I've pulled the bone out of here, and now we just lose it. Boom.
Bang.
Boom. And then we can flip this over and get really nice, thick slices of dark meat as well.
See, I've never seen the dark meat sliced.
Why the hell not? Make it easier for your guests, you know?
Yeah, it's all about the guests.
I usually just slice up half the turkey, one leg, one breast,
Right.
and then try to save the rest for myself for later.
God.
You know what I mean? That's the trick. Okay, we got nice thick slices of dark meat. All right, do you have a preference, dark or light?
I'm more the dark meat, but
too.
I will say, this breast meat
Not bad.
is pretty spectacular.
Yeah, I think so too. It's that MSG. Don't be scared, guys. Okay, a little gravy. And we are ready to dine. Little giblets. That looks pretty
Look at
good.
that.
Yeah, right? You can make this. Anyone can make this. And I think that it's great because you can get as creative as you want with the flavors. Just think about this as a technique demonstration. This is doing weird things to my hair.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm gonna go in for the dark meat.
That's what I'm doing.
That's my move. That's my favorite bit.
That's your jam.
That's my jam. A little bit of skin, a little bit of giblet.
Whoa.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to Cooking Up a Storm. I'm Al Roker. Today, we have reached the 6th and final episode of our Thanksgiving series, which means we've saved the sweetest for last. I mean, literally. Today, we are talking Thanksgiving dessert, but not just any dessert, the star of desserts. I'm talking pie. And one woman in particular, she is an expert at parsing which flavors to pair with which to bring new and inventive pies to our table. Her name is Maya Camille Broussard, and she partially attributes her unique palate to an acute sense of both taste and smell, a byproduct of her being hard of hearing. So, who better to ask about the best pies to bring to folks' table than this talented chef? You probably remember her from her time on the Netflix reality show Bake Squad, where she was known as a flavor fanatic, and where she made some incredible creations, including an entire edible house. Maya Camille joining me now today with an exciting new recipe that offers a thrilling twist on a classic Thanksgiving treat, sweet potato and plantain pie. Maya Camille, welcome to Cooking Up a Storm. How are you?
I'm good. I'm better now that I'm here with you.
Well, thank you. So tell me about this pie, the sweet potato plantain. How did you come up with this?
So let's talk about sweet potato first.
Okay.
Because historically we have to talk about the origins of that. Sweet potato is pretty much indigenous to the Americas, North America. But when enslaved Africans were brought over here, they were used to yams in Africa. And so sweet potatoes is sort of closely related to the yam. It's the next best thing that we have. So most sweet potato dishes are savory, whether it's sweet potato French fries or roasted sweet potatoes. And in the 18th century, the sweet potato itself was prepared in a custard style the way that they did in England, and it was savory. Similar to how you have a carrot souffle in New Orleans, sweet potato was made in a casserole dish. It wasn't until the 19th century that it became a dessert in the South, of course, where a lot of the culinary ingenuity resides. It is a child of the South, and it is a child of the Black community. When I thought about what I wanted to do, if I were to do anything to remix this already timeless dessert that people feel some kind of way about this sweet potato pie.
Oh my gosh. You could start a fight about that.
We're going to fight about it, and we're going to argue about which is better, that or pumpkin.
Yeah, it's not a fight.
I know.
It's sweet potato. Why even bother with pumpkin?
Why?
I don't understand.
Why? When you have sweet potato right in front of you.
Maybe because people had leftover pumpkin from jack-o'-lanterns at Halloween, and they just felt, we got to do something with this.
Who knows? But you know what? I'll keep my sweet potato. But I had dinner one night in Barbados, and the chef made mashed sweet potatoes, but it had plantains in it, or plantains, as you like to say. But, immediately I thought, okay, how can I make this work in a pie? From a technique standpoint, it is a lot of steps. You have to roast your sweet potato. You have to fry your plantains. It's not simply throwing ingredients together in a bowl. And I didn't know if it was going to work because plantains are starchier than sweet potatoes. It's multiple steps. That's time consuming. It's not hard to do. It takes time and requires patience. But
it's like life.
Like life.
So growing up, what kind of pies did you like? At
Thanksgiving.
For sure. Sweet potato.
Sure. Yeah, I'm from Chicago, and so a lot of families, Black families from Chicago, are migrated, products of the Great Migration from the South. So our food is very Southern, dare I say, soulful, but it's definitely foods that we grew up on. My mother grew up on even more Southern foods than, she's rutabaga.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's hardcore.
Yeah, that's very old school. I don't eat that. She'd be like, oh, I want some rutabaga for Thanksgiving. I'm like, Mom,
yeah.
Who are you?
You talk about the fact that because you have a difficulty with one sense, your hearing, that it has heightened your sense of taste and your sense of smell. How has that influenced you as a baker?
I don't want to say I have a perfect palate, but I can smell and taste things and pick up on things that other people may not be able to, or at least do it sooner. I'm that way with taste. I'm like, what is that? I taste this, I taste that. But did you know that women make better tasters, like even as sommeliers, and men make better noses when it comes to perfumes?
Ooh.
So I think that also being a woman helps.
We did a profile with you on the third hour of today, and we talked about your dad and how he influenced you. Tell us a little bit about that.
My dad was obsessed with pies. This man would wake up on Saturday morning and put on an apron. The apron said, "Skinny people make bad cooks." And he would actually wear a toque.
Wow.
A toque.
Little chef's hat.
Yes. In the kitchen. I'm looking at him like, dude, you are not a professional chef. Like, why are you wearing a toque? But he took it so seriously. And he was obsessed with pies and quiches and anything made in the crust, tarts. You know, literally, the man was obsessed with food, not to lie about it. But he really had a special place in his heart for pie. And so he would wake up, make a quiche or a pie, and then call somebody and brag about it.
It even influenced the name of your company, Justice of the Pies.
Mm-hmm.
Where did that come from?
I was trying to think of something that could be a nice play on the fact that he was a criminal defense attorney. My dad nicknamed himself the Pie Master, so my aunt wanted me to call the company the Pie Master's Daughter. And I was like, nah, let's be a little bit more creative. What about Justice of the Pies? And my cousin was like, I like that. That's different. And as I do with most things in my life, I knew I wanted to be purposeful. The Justice of the Pies is L3C. We are a social mission-based company. Our goal is to positively impact the lives of others. So while I typically tend to focus on fighting food insecurities, that could mean being in the front line. There are many different ways in which I show up.
When you get invited to, say, a celebration like Thanksgiving, is it because people love you and want you there, or it's because they want your pie?
If they want my pie, then I have to buy it. No, usually I'm going to tell you something that is kind of sad. Typically on Thanksgiving Day, in the past 6 years, I'm in bed. I'm exhausted.
Wow.
I've stayed up for 48 hours the night before. My mom would make me a plate and tell me to come downstairs and get it. I get it. I eat, and then I eat myself to sleep. I put myself in a food
Because you've
coma
been baking
because I've been
right
baking.
up to. Well, I guess I would think Thanksgiving must be like your Super Bowl.
Yeah. But you know what I love about Thanksgiving, though? Even if I'm not able to eat everything I want on the day of, I have leftovers for a whole week. That's the best part. Like, take leftover turkey and then make a turkey salad, almost like a chicken salad with some dried cranberries in it. And dressing. Make a sandwich, layer it with some dressing, some turkey salad, and then have a slice of pie.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Follow now wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is getting you ready for the holiday season. From how to get your orders on time,
The race to prepare for a holiday shipping season like no other.
to traveling shortcuts and safety essentials, what you need to know every morning on Today. Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and
We saved the best for last because dessert is the best part. And so how do we prep the sweet potato?
First thing first is preheat your oven to 400 degrees. We want to bake about 1 pound of sweet potato. So it could take about an hour and a half to 2 hours, yes. So now I'm scooping out the flesh. Let me tell you something.
Okay.
The very important thing when you're making sweet potato pie is you gotta get the little fiber strings off.
Oh.
So you see these fibers?
Uh-huh.
When we mash it, and the fibers tend to naturally stick to whatever instrument you're using.
Oh.
Here's a fiber right here. You know why this is so important?
Why?
Because I don't need somebody's southern grandma complaining to me about strings in a sweet potato pie. You know?
I see there's a couple on the
No,
on the masher
Meemaw, there's
themselves.
no strings in my sweet potato pie. So now that's 1/2 component of our
Okay.
pie. We're gonna move over to our plantain or plantain.
And many people think, oh, it's a banana.
It's a banana. It's a cousin of the banana.
Ah.
But when you eat this green, it's extremely starchy. When people make tostones, they may use a green plantain, but we're making plantains or plantains, and so we want it to look black with yellow spots. We want it to be very ripe. And one way to ensure that you can speed up the ripening process is to throw a couple of these in a plastic bag that you would get from the grocery store and tie it up.
Oh, okay.
And that helps to speed it up. But we've got a heavy bottom pot filled with oil and vegetable oil. You want a non-flavored oil.
Something kind of neutral.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
So we put this on medium-high heat, which is about 380 degrees.
Right.
Now we're going to take our plantain and we're going to use a chef's knife, or you could use a regular butter knife, you know, whatever you have in your home. We're going to trim off the edges. When I'm trimming it off in a crosswise position. So that means slightly at an angle.
Okay.
And then I'm going to slice down the center of the plantain.
Carefully.
Carefully. And actually I'm going to peel away half of it.
And it's funny, it really does look like a banana.
It does. Like I said, it's a cousin of it, but this is not something that you could eat raw. It is something that you have to cook. Yes. Some people use this for flour even. This is a really cool, I'm not gonna say vegetable, fruit. The reason why I almost said vegetable is because a lot of people eat this savory. They may put some like chili slices on this, garlic, but we're eating it in a sweet form. So we're going to slice this crosswise. And I leave the skin on the bottom so it doesn't stick to the bottom of my cutting board because it is starchy.
That's a chef tip.
So now we're going to drop this in the pot of oil. I'm gonna take off the bottom skin. So let's drop that in carefully. Nice sizzle.
Yes.
Yes. That's how you know your oil is hot. You can also test your oil by putting a sprinkle of flour in there, and if it starts to kind of bubble up the way it is now, that's how you know your oil is hot.
And I notice it's floating up to the top once it starts really getting fried.
And that's because I have enough oil in there. So people ask, well, how much oil should I put in there? And it's kind of hard to give an exact answer because I don't know the size of your vessel. But it should definitely be more than 2 inches, you know, 3 to 4 inches maybe, because you do want your slices to float. So when we're making this pie, I tend to use maybe 2 or 3 plantains. Sometimes I do 4 because I like to snack on some after I'm frying it. So we're gonna let this fry for 3 to 4 minutes until it's nice golden brown.
What is it about? Why, I myself don't trust anybody who doesn't like pie. What is it about pie that seems to be that common denominator? Everybody loves pie.
It's nostalgic. I think that people start out with apple pie. It's something that's not trendy. It's here to stay. It's not going anywhere. It's not a hybrid of like a donut and a croissant. You know, which is cool, but we don't know what the lifespan of that is going to be, where the lifespan of a pie is forever and ever, amen.
I mean, there have been variations like the hand pie, things like but we like pie.
Pie and anything encased in the crust is a food of the people.
Maya, is it a cheat? Because to me, the toughest part about the pie is the crust. Is it okay to like buy a pre-made crust and, you know, bake that up and then put your own filling in?
Look, if you won't tell, I won't tell. Of course it's okay. I mean, it's completely understandable. Sometimes you need a shortcut because you want to focus all of your energy on the filling. Sometimes I use pre-made puff pastry. So I'm using a mesh strainer, right, to take my plantains out of the oil, but you can also use a slotted spoon. Just as long as we have something with holes in it that allows us to shake off the excess oil. And then I'm going to put the plantains onto a plate that is lined with paper towel.
Is that to absorb the extra oil?
All of that extra oil. So here's another key. We have our sweet potato puree. This has to be chilled. This needs to be cooled. But this, because it's starchier, needs to be warm. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our plantains that we just pulled from the oil. We're going to place that into our bowl with these sweet potatoes that's already pureed.
A little toasty?
It's hot. I kind of want to save this one, you know, like I told you, I like
snacking?
to snack on it.
Well, there you go. That's your reward.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Follow now wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is getting you ready for the holiday season. From how to get your orders on time,
The race to prepare for a holiday shipping season like no other.
to traveling shortcuts and safety essentials, what you need to know every morning on Today.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Let's go. You think you'll run for office one of these days? I'm not saying no to anything. Wow.
Welcome to Football Fright in America.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker, a Thanksgiving feast and a podcast. Listen now. Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Is it easier to pass a bipartisan bill right now than it is to pass a Democrats-only bill? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? Are you concerned about the direction of your party? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Okay, so I use either, if you don't have these tools, you can use a potato masher like we used before. But to get it really, really smooth, we need an immersion blender.
Oh.
We are going to take that. What's happening is the sweet potatoes that's chilled is cooling our plantains as we blend it. Also, this is the perfect time to reduce the heat in your oven to 350 degrees.
Okay.
Okay. I gotta put you to work. So when we started mashing, the sweet potatoes is a bright orange color. But now that we've added the plantains, we see that the color is now yellow-orange.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now that that's mashed, we can move on to our filling. So we have our mixer, our mixing bowl with a paddle attachment.
Okay. You haven't mastered the art of talking and eating. See, on the Today Show, I'm constantly eating, so I know how to talk and eat. But that's
so
you take a smaller bite, see, because you took the bigger bite.
I know. I was trying to be cute with it, but so we have our mixer with a paddle attachment, and we have the butter and brown sugar, light brown sugar. And remember, when you measure it, make sure it's packed so that you have the correct measurement. Also, your butter needs to be at room temperature. It needs to be softened because we're going to cream the butter and the sugar together. So let's turn that on.
And you gotta maybe push down the
So whenever you're mixing something in a mixing bowl with the paddle attachment, you have to make sure that you always scrape down the sides and the bottom of the bowl to make sure that your ingredients are well incorporated. Nice creamy. So we're gonna whip this for 3 minutes until it's a nice creamy fluffy mixture.
Ooh, that's a good evil laugh. I like that. You could be a supervillain. A supervillain who bakes. I like that. That's very good.
So now we need a binder.
Okay.
What's gonna bind our pie custard together? Eggs.
All right.
So we need to crack in 2 whole large eggs.
While it's being beaten?
No, you can put the egg in first. Beautiful. It's a beautiful egg.
Yeah, those are lovely.
Okay, so let's go ahead and beat that. You want to blend that until it is well combined. You see how your sugar and butter is sticking to the side? So that's when you need to turn it off. Oh, you're gonna scare me. Okay, turn it off. Now scrape down the side and the bottom. And then we're going to turn it back on to make sure that the eggs have completely combined with the butter. You know, eggs and butter are like oil and water. So you have to mix it really well to make sure that you create an emulsion. This is not a cake, so we don't necessarily need to make sure it rises or anything, but you know how when you're making cakes, you have to add an egg at a time?
Right.
That's not the case with this because it's more dense. But we do want it to be nice and fluffy. Oh, look at that. And see, your brown sugar is now getting lighter. The whole mixture is now getting lighter.
It looks more chiffony.
Yeah. Ooh, that's beautiful. All right, so now we have to add some flavor.
Okay, flavor.
So we got cinnamon, nutmeg, so that's a half a teaspoon of cinnamon, a half teaspoon of nutmeg, some salt, kosher salt. The reason why I use kosher salt is because the crystal is bigger, and so it's going to incorporate more easily with your filling. Also, table salt has sort of like a metallic taste
Because it's
to it.
iodized.
Because it's iodized.
Yes.
And now we have vanilla. Always a nice healthy amount of that. This is 2 teaspoons. Let's mix that together. Yeah, there you go. Scrape down the sides and the bottom of the bowl. Because you see the vanilla is kind of hanging out on the sides of the bowl. We need it to go inside. Can't hang out on the bowl, buddy. Beautiful. I love this color. Perfect. So now we have our mashed sweet potatoes and mashed plantain. Oh wait, I'm sorry, before that. Evaporated milk.
Oh, evaporated milk.
Let's pour that in while it's mixing. Perfect. So now we are going to turn this off.
Okay.
Now add the sweet potato and plantain puree. Beautiful orange, yellow blend of a vegetable and a fruit. Every last bit. Can't waste it. Not after all that hard work we put in. Mashing it. Perfect. So now that we've got the pureed mashed potatoes in there, let's go ahead and whip it back up. Do you see how it's like little white specks? That's good. That lets us know that our filling has cooled down enough and the milk is still curdled. If your filling, your pureed vegetables are too hot, it's going to melt that. You're not going to get a nice caramelization on top of your pie.
So this is what gives, when you bake it, that crackly top?
Only sweet potato has that. Pumpkin doesn't have that, which is why I'm team sweet potato.
Team sweet potato.
All right, so now we can turn it off.
Okay.
And we have a pie plate
Right.
that is lined with an all butter pie crust. But if you go to the store and get a crust, that's perfectly
That's
fine,
fine
too.
Now, do we bake this first or do we put the filling in?
We put the filling
Filling
in first. There is no
Okay.
need to pre-bake it. That's a
Okay.
great question. All right, so here you are.
Okay.
Now I'm just going to take my silicone spatula and just simply pour it right into the pie shell. This is an open face pie, so that means it only has a bottom crust. There is no top crust.
Liquid
So
gold.
now I can spread it out with the silicone spatula so that it's even. People say you should bake a pie in a glass pie plate because you can see the crust as it's baking, but also it's supposed to be more even. I use aluminum pie plate, but I also love the idea of a nice thick cast iron.
Cast iron.
Beautiful.
Yes.
So now that we've reduced the heat in our oven, we're going to take this, put it in our oven.
Okay. Ta-da. And how long will it be in there?
45 minutes, you know.
But fortunately,
Look, it depends on the attitude of your oven. Ovens have temperament.
the attitude of your oven.
Yes. Ooh. Look at how beautiful that is.
That is gorgeous. The texture of
Caramelization,
that.
that crust is perfectly golden brown. You did the perfect thing. You're cutting the pie slice with the tip of your knife. That gives us a cleaner slice. Look
well,
at you.
from many years of trial and error, I've kind of discovered this.
Yeah. The first slice is always the
Yes.
hardest.
My, oh my. Wow, look at that. Ooh.
Gotta give me a slice too. Bon appetit.
Wow. That's the smoothest, like sweet potato pie. It does. Is it the plantain that helps it with that consistency?
No, remember I said blend those sweet potatoes so Meemaw will complain about strings in your pie?
You did say that. You did
Gotta
say
blend
that.
it right. Do you taste a slight layer in the flavor profile of the plantain? So it doesn't, sometimes when you create something new, it doesn't have to be extremely different.
No.
It's just a small nuance that changes how you eat a pie. And it makes me smile.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Follow now wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends of today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
In a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go. International Day of the Girl.
The strength and courage of these women is remarkable.
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference?
Believe in yourself. You can make it happen.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Maya Camille, what are you thankful for this Thanksgiving?
Well, I'm thankful for a lot of things. You know, I wake up and I have a gratitude journal and I write down 10 things on most days. 10 things that I'm thankful for. But I think that I am most thankful for abundance. I have an abundance of people who support me. I have an abundance of love from those who truly know me and who are rooting for me. I have an abundance. I have a queen-size bed that I sleep in. I have gas in my car. I have full fridge all the time. I'm never lacking in food. I really am grateful for just being able to be comfortable in life because I know it's not lost on me that everyone doesn't live the way that I live.
Well, we support everything you're doing with these pies. They are fantastic. Maya Camille Broussard, thank you so much for being...
No, thank you.
Oh, no, thank you. And especially for the sweet potato plantain pie.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think I'm going to have a bite. What
That's
about
right.
you?
And thank you for joining us today for the final edition of Cooking Up a Storm. I'm Al Roker. Happy Thanksgiving.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to the Today All Day Kitchen.
Thanksgiving is just around the corner, so today we're cooking up an all-star feast.
And making our favorite takes on classic holiday dishes. I'm kicking things off with a juicy marinated turkey and my favorite turkey tips.
And I'll whip up my favorite stuffing made with sourdough and challah.
And it just wouldn't be Thanksgiving without the perfect sweet potato pie. I'm Jocelyn Delk Adams.
I'm Jay Cohen.
And I'm Alejandra Ramos.
And this is Today Food All Stars. Let's get cooking.
This turkey recipe is based on how my mom made our family's Thanksgiving turkey. Growing up Puerto Rican, our main attraction at holiday dinners was always pork. But one year, my mom decided to use that same citrusy marinade for turkey. And trust me, it works. Marinating can help keep a large bird nice and juicy, even through the long cook time. All right, so the star of this dish is the marinade. It's super simple. All we have to do is add every single one of our ingredients and let the blender do its work. We're gonna start off with an onion, and all we're gonna do here is quarter it and peel it. Really, really simple. Next up, I'm using a red bell pepper. You can swap in green, orange, or whatever you'd like. Now it's time for the garlic. This wouldn't be a Puerto Rican recipe without a lot of garlic. So we've got 16 cloves. Now we're gonna add a cup of olive oil, and that is gonna be enough to kind of get us started. And let it go. All right, that's already looking fantastic. Matches my dress. We're gonna add a little bit of cilantro. Now we're gonna add a little bit of that citrus. So for this, my mom growing up would use Seville oranges, which are also known as sour oranges, but they can be a little bit hard to find. So an easy swap is to just use 2 regular oranges and then the juice of 1 lemon. That way you get that beautiful tart citrus juice. Now we're gonna add some fresh lemon juice to it. All right, let's get that going again. We're gonna add some smoked Spanish paprika to this. It gives the bird a gorgeous color after it's roasted. That's what I love. We're also gonna do some black pepper and then salt. Always so key. This is what dials up the intensity of flavors. A 1/4 cup of kosher salt. I know that sounds like a lot, but trust me, it's what you need for this bird. Amazing. How beautiful is that? So our marinade's done. Gonna let that hang out for a little bit and move on to making our herb butter. So for this, we're using fresh oregano and thyme, but of course you can use any kind of herbs that you want. So for this, we're using a softened salted butter, which makes it really easy to incorporate those fresh herbs. You just kind of want to mix it up, mash the herbs in so it's nice and evenly distributed. And because you know I love my paprika, we're gonna add 1 tablespoon of it. This is gonna add flavor, but also color. Mix that in. Perfect. Okay, so now that the butter is prepped, it's time to bring out the guest of honor, our turkey. When you get a turkey at the store, it's usually wrapped up in plastic. You wanna get rid of that. For this, I like to use just some paper towel just to pat it dry, get rid of any juices that are on the turkey. Some turkeys come with giblets and the turkey neck inside, so you wanna make sure you check. If it is there, you can just take that all out Now we're gonna add the herb butter that we made. And I just like to go a little bit at a time, kind of slip it in there, and then use your hands to press it in and around that breast. I also like to add a little bit of the herb butter inside the cavity. Just kind of spread it around in there. The more butter, the more flavor. And this is the easiest part. All you have to do is pour that beautiful creamy marinade right over the bird. I like to do this on a rimmed sheet pan so that it holds any kind of overflow. All right. That is one beautifully marinated bird. Happy Puerto Rican Thanksgiving. Now I'm gonna prep a few vegetables to stuff inside the turkey cavity. This is gonna add a lot of flavor as the turkey roasts. So for this, I'm using an onion, and all we're gonna do is quarter it. Don't worry about peeling. This is really just about the aroma. Take the garlic, and we're just gonna cut it right along the side like this, just to kind of release the garlickiness. I've got one orange to reflect those delicious citrus flavors in our marinade, and one lemon. So what we're gonna do now is just stuff all of this inside the bird. Just get as much as you can in there. What's great too is those citrus fruits, as they cook, the juices will kind of come out. So fantastic. Now, just to kind of keep things under control as it cooks, keep things decent, we're gonna tie the legs a little bit. And this isn't a fancy truss, that's not my jam. I like to keep it really simple. And our final step before we put the bird in the oven is to add some broth and some fun flavors to the base of our roasting pan. I'm gonna do about 3 cups of broth, and you can use any kind that you want. Chicken, turkey, beef, whatever you have, and some orange juice to, again, kind of pick up those beautiful citrus flavors in the marinade. Now we're gonna add some fresh herbs. Just gonna drop it in. This will sort of infuse that broth as it cooks. So it's like it's gonna have this beautiful herbal steam bath. A little aromatherapy for your turkey. Some fresh oregano and a few bay leaves. So now we're gonna cover our bird with some foil before it goes into the oven, just to kind of keep things nice and hot inside. We are gonna roast this turkey at 325 degrees for a total of 4.5 hours. About halfway through, take the foil off and add another cup or 2 of broth to that roasting pan. Time to roast the turkey. All right, so our turkey is fully roasted. I've got one little finishing touch. I like to glaze my turkey with some guava jam. This is Puerto Rican. We're going with those delicious tropical flavors, and guava is one of my favorites. If you can't find guava jam, you can always use something like apricot or even raspberry. For this, I'm using a pastry brush. So you just dip it in and paint. Guava is one of my favorite flavors. This is like the smell of home to me. I'm a sucker for that savory, sweet combo. That looks amazing. Now to set the glaze, we're gonna pop it back under the broiler for just about 3 to 5 minutes, just until it's set.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Let's go.
You think you'll run for office one of these days? I'm not saying no to anything.
Wow.
Welcome to Football Fright in America.
That was amazing.
Today is getting you ready for the holiday season. From how to get your orders on time,
The race to prepare for a holiday shipping season like no other.
to traveling shortcuts and safety essentials, what you need to know every morning on Today.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go.
We're going to kick off the Pink Power and Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
What's the best thing about being this age? You have nothing to prove, because you already proved it.
What does it feel like to be in a city that you love so much?
I am humbly proud that I stuck up for my town.
We all have the honor of helping reopen the doors.
Broadway is back!
Cooking up a storm with Al Roker, a Thanksgiving feast and a podcast. Listen now.
All right, so I always bring the beautiful bird out to the table on a platter, but after we say grace, I bring it back into the kitchen because nobody wants to carve a turkey on the table. You really want to be able to do it in the kitchen where you can have much more control over the bird. I like to start with the breast, and I let the breastbone in the center be my guide, cutting slightly either to the left or to the right to get that beautiful piece of the turkey breast out. And so you just sort of run your knife along and then use your hands to pull the meat as you cut. Once you hit a point where you can't go any further, you can come in from the side and then pull that breast meat off. So you can just cut it against the grain on the bias, just kind of going in into beautiful little slices. So I always like to get a little bit of the skin with the meat. So good. I'm getting all of those flavors in that marinade, everything I want in my Thanksgiving turkey.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go!
You think you'll run for office one of these days? I'm not saying no to anything.
Wow.
Welcome to Football Fright in America.
That was amazing.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go!
We're going to kick off the Pink Power and Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
What's the best thing about being this age? You have nothing to prove, because you already proved it.
What does it feel like to be in a city that you love so much?
I am humbly proud that I stuck up for my town.
We all have the honor of helping reopen the doors.
Broadway is back!
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go!
We're going to kick off the Pink Power and Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
What's the best thing about being this age? You have nothing to prove, because you already proved it.
What does it feel like to be in a city that you love so much?
I am humbly proud that I stuck up for my town.
We all have the honor of helping reopen the doors.
Broadway is back!
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Growing up, one of the best things my mother would make at Thanksgiving was her stuffing. The only thing was she would use like whole wheat sandwich bread, which is kind of basic. I still love you, Mom. I adore your stuffing, but I wanted to kick it up a notch by using some more flavorful breads. The only thing I did keep was her secret ingredient, which is apples. It adds such a gorgeous sweetness. Honestly, the stuffing isn't just great for Thanksgiving. You can make it any time of year. So let's get started with our bread. I love sourdough because it adds really great flavor and structure. I think a key part that you need to know when you're making stuffing is the balance of breads. I'm using something with some structure and something that's a little bit softer and more buttery. You want that combo of both because no one likes mushy stuffing. So I'm slicing this into 1-inch kind of thick planks. And then from there, you don't have to get so precious. You just want to take your slices and then start to tear it into 1-inch pieces. Just like that. Don't get crazy, it's gonna be great. I have 2 sheet pans here, and we're just going to spread them out. A little bit of an arm workout. And this is actually one of the parts of the recipe that I would always help my mother make growing up. Challah is my favorite bread ever. It's super soft, super luxurious. It's gonna add so much richness to your stuffing. We have our sourdough, challah ready to go into the oven. Preheated oven, 300 degrees. We're just gonna bake it for about 15 to 20 minutes. You don't want dry. We just want it to be like on its way to becoming croutons. Now let's chat vegetables. We have 3 leeks here. Alliums are the base of almost any recipe, but for Thanksgiving, I find that leeks really give that Thanksgiving vibe you're looking for. They're a lot more delicate in flavor. Here's the deal with leeks. You gotta clean them really well. The easiest way to do that, took off the tops, we're gonna take off the bottoms, and now we're just going to slice them lengthwise. Reveal these beautiful layers. This is where all the sand and dirt gets caught. I'm gonna pop it into a bowl of water, and you just wanna go through and start to get it nice and clean. We're just going to thinly slice these. Think about like 1/4-inch slices. Put it to the side, and what that means is we're going to use 2 carrots, 2 parsnips, and 2 stalks of celery. We really want nice, like little bite size. Not too small, not too big. I'm looking for a nice small dice. And we're gonna start to build this all in one bowl. Parsnips. They are one of my favorite vegetables. This is one of my favorite ingredients to use in all of fall because it's super cozy. It's got that real nice depth of earthiness, a bit of sweetness. I've got herbs. I'm using thyme and sage today. We're adding just enough to perfume the whole dish. Everyone is very different in terms of their love of garlic. I'm not gonna lie to you, I've used 8 before, 10. I love a lot of garlic, so you really can kind of do this to your own vibe. Last but not least, we're gonna do a 1/2 cup of minced parsley. Just grab a nice handful and we're gonna run our knife through it. Now that our parsley is minced, the last thing we gotta do is chop up an apple. This is the one thing that my mother taught me, and that is the secret to a great stuffing: apples. It's gonna add that perfect sweetness, that punch of fall. And the one thing I want you to know is that a Honeycrisp is the supreme variety. But what I love about these is they don't brown really quickly. It's gonna be nice and bright and still add all of that gorgeous sweetness. Our bread is toasted. I'm gonna let that cool slightly, but meanwhile, we're gonna start sauteing our veggies. Got a pan here over medium-high heat. We are going to melt a full stick of butter. It's Thanksgiving, you gotta treat yourself. Definitely not a time for diet food. But butter, I mean, who doesn't love butter? Our butter is melted and bubbling. You do wanna make sure it's nice and hot. Not burning, not browning yet, but all melted. We're gonna add in our leeks. We're cooking down our leeks until they are nice and jammy. Sounds cute, but really it's a scientific term. They are going to release all of that beautiful sugar, which is going to caramelize, and then it's going to really look like jam at the end. I warned you that leeks are quintessential for the aromas of Thanksgiving. Butter, leeks, right now, I already smell stuffing. I'm telling you, this is the most important thing, especially when your guests arrive. They're gonna smell your kitchen. It's gonna be so delicious. And we are going to keep going and add all of our chopped veggies. We have our carrots, parsnips, and celery. We're starting to cook these vegetables, but we're not looking to fully cook them. At this point, let's start seasoning. I think that too often people do not season as they go. It's such a crucial aspect to make sure that everything tastes seasoned and not salty. There really is something magical when like garlic hits a hot pan. And just like that, we're done with our cooking. Our vegetables are sauteed. I'm gonna let these cool down for a little bit. Why do you want them to cool down? It's all going back in the oven. That's because we're gonna be tossing this up with our hands. You do not want to burn yourself. Y'all ready to toss? It's the sound of crunchy bread. This is where the magic starts to happen. Let's go in with these veggies. Get every last bit of butter. We got our Honeycrisp apple, parsley, 2 cups of apple cider, and then 2 cups of vegetable stock. We got the stock, we got the vegetables. We need something to brighten this up. Cut through all of that richness, and I find that a tablespoon of apple cider vinegar is just gonna help add a little bit more balance. half a cup of heavy cream, more richness, more custardy goodness. We're using 3/4 cup of nuts. Last but not least, we have our eggs. You want to be not delicate. We're not trying to obliterate the bread, but we do want to start to squeeze in all of these juices and get it kind of homogeneous, because really, like, you don't want your stuffing to fall apart as you cut into it. I have a 9x13 baking dish. You could use ceramic, you could use glass, you could use something that is an heirloom from your grandmother, anything that's going to hold this stuffing. I've bumped up the temperature to 375, and we're gonna bake this for about 50 to 60 minutes till it's beautifully golden, cook through. Your whole kitchen's gonna smell even better. Now this is a stuffing. You have the nice little golden bits of crispy bread. The center is going to be nice and delicious and have soaked up all of the flavors of our vegetables, herbs. You got the apples. This is going to be a stuffing your family's gonna be talking about forever. Let's give it a try. I'm a big believer in the corner piece. You worked for this, you get it. Great bread to veggie ratio. It's like if Thanksgiving was wrapped up into a bread pudding and really, 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 really given like a warm hug, it's this stuffing. I'm gonna keep eating this, but have a happy Thanksgiving.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Let's go. You think you'll run for office one of these days?
I'm not saying no to anything.
Wow.
Welcome to Football Fright in America.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds, 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Andrew deliberations.
All right, anticipated too.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go.
We're going to kick off the Pink Power and Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
What's the best thing about being this age? You have nothing to prove, because you already proved it.
What does it feel like to be in a city that you love so much?
I am humbly proud that I stuck up for my town.
We all have the honor of helping reopen the doors.
Broadway is back!
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
In my family, there is no Thanksgiving without a really good sweet potato pie. And I mean, it's so good, you might as well forget about the turkey. Dessert is what everyone wants anyway. Am I right? I am taking a classic sweet potato pie to the next level because my recipe is full of indulgent fall flavors with an extra dose of everyone's favorite campfire treat. You can't have an amazing pie without an amazing crust. You gotta have that incredible, delicious graham cracker. So I'm gonna add this right into our food processor. And here's another thing, if you don't have these available, you can also buy the crumbs right in the grocery store, already ready. And you really wanna create some nice crumbs here, pretty fine. So just make sure you get these grinded all the way down. All right, so once you have it all grinded up, we're just gonna add this directly into a large mixing bowl. Get all our crumbs in there. And then I'm gonna add a little bit of granulated sugar. And then we're just gonna whisk all of this together. We wanna make sure that we combine that sugar so you taste it in every single bite of this pie. And once you have a nice mix on that, we're gonna add some melted butter in here so we can actually start to bring this crust together. You can add whatever butter you have in the fridge, y'all, and I know you have plenty of butter for the holidays. And then I'm gonna use a spatula to start to combine everything. We wanna make sure that we moisten all of the graham crackers so it'll stick together and adhere really well. And you can sort of test it by just sort of sticking your finger in, and if you see it starts to actually stick together, it's ready to go. So I'm gonna dump this into a 9-inch pie plate. And then this is when your hands get a little dirty. I'm gonna start to press this right into the bottom of the pan. And just work your hands around and make it as even as possible. It doesn't have to be perfect, so don't worry about messing it up. Once you have your pie crust set up in your pie plate, it's time to bake it off. You wanna make sure that this sets up and gets a nice golden color. Our pie crust is ready to go in the oven at 350 for about 10 minutes. Okay, so our gorgeous pie crust is out of the oven, and look at that golden color. I mean, it really just looks so beautiful. We're going to let this cool for a bit while we start working on our filling. So, of course, if you have sweet potatoes for the holidays, you can actually just bake them until soft and use that as a nice substitute as well. But for the ease of this recipe, you can just grab a can of this and it's gonna make your life so much easier. So I'm gonna add this to our mixing bowl. Get all of that in there. And this is crucial because you do not want to use cold eggs for this recipe. You want to make sure that they are room temperature so your pie filling will set up perfectly. And we're also gonna add 1 egg yolk. There we go. And now we're gonna add some dark brown sugar. And I'm just gonna scoop that in, pack it down, and add that right into our mixer as well. And finally, I'm going to add some vanilla extract. You wanna make sure you use the real thing. All right, and we're gonna mix that all together. First, I'm going to add in some cornstarch. And then I'm also going to add in some ground cinnamon. I'm also going to add in some salt. I wanna add some cloves, some nutmeg, and some ginger. And seriously, your kitchen is going to smell fantastic. All right, get that nice and mixed in. And then finally, we're going to add in some milk and also some heavy cream. Now, this pie batter is going to seem a little bit thin, but do not worry about it. It's going to bake up like a dream. This is a super deep pie plate, so we're able to get all of the filling in here. I cranked the temperature up to 375 so we get this nice setting of the pie. And we're gonna bake this for about 50 to 55 minutes and then check on it about halfway through. Now our beautiful sweet potato pie is out of the oven, and I've been letting it cool for about 3 hours. And now we're gonna get started on our chocolate ganache, which is going to go right on top of it. So I'm gonna start with our chocolate chips, and I'm gonna add that into our mixing bowl. And then I also have some heavy whipping cream. And that's all it is, y'all. Super easy. And this is going to go into our microwave so we can let that chocolate melt down. So now we're just gonna whisk all of the ingredients together until smooth. This smells amazing. So you wanna let this cool for maybe about 10 minutes and then you can add it to your pie. And then I'm just gonna take a tiny offset spatula and spread that around. Okay, we've got our graham crackers, we've got our chocolate, and now it's time for our marshmallows. I'm just gonna start adding these right to the top. Have fun with this. I just went with a super classic approach here. I went with just some jumbo marshmallows. I just love how organic and fun this feels, and you know, it really does seem like you're by the campfire. You can also just grab one right off of the pie and just eat it for a snack. You know, win-win. But not quite complete, because we've got to torch these babies. Now, kitchen torch. Most of you may not have this at home, but if you do want to invest in these, it's so much fun. You put this on the table at Thanksgiving and people are going to just gasp. You just can't deny wanting a piece of this, right? Got that chocolate with that mix of those fall spices and that filling, and then that graham cracker crust is just so perfectly crisp. This recipe is so perfect for Thanksgiving, and I hope you have a wonderful one.
Oh my God, it smells so good. I just got like a woof. A woof? A whiff. My family has a saying, never show up with your arms swinging, which basically means do not come to a party empty-handed. And for us, food is the #1 thing you can bring. So today, I'm showing you how to make 3 delicious treats that any host will adore. First up, I am making one of my most requested recipes, my perfectly spiced pumpkin bread. Then, sour cherry and pistachio bars, which are super simple to make. And finally, a spiked and spiced apple cider that all comes together in a slow cooker. First up, I am making pumpkin bread. And I have to give credit to my good friend Dawn. She shared this recipe with me over 20 years ago, and I've been tweaking it ever since, here and there playing with the proportions of spices, but I think I've gotten it to the point where it is perfect. And the good news is, this recipe makes 2 loaves. One for me, and one for somebody else. The first step is to mix all of the dry ingredients, starting with some flour. So always fluff and scoop your flour. Ooh, very fluffy today. And we need 3 cups of this. 1. If I don't count to myself, I will forget for sure. 2. Has anyone else ever done that, where you had to dump the flour back into the canister and start again? Or is that just me? And this is just all-purpose flour. Move that out of the way. And now for the fun stuff. The stuff that makes this loaf so good, the spices. And I'm using something that used to be pretty uncommon up until a few years ago, Vietnamese cinnamon. It is similar to regular cinnamon, however, it has the flavor profile of red hot candies, is basically the only way I know how to describe it. So 1 teaspoon of that. Then that's not enough cinnamon for a pumpkin bread. So just regular cinnamon, an additional teaspoon and a quarter. And always level off your ingredients so that you're getting the proper quantities. To continue with those fall warm spices, some nutmeg. I prefer whole, that I grate fresh. It's 1.5 teaspoons. I love how I just lectured you on measuring things properly, and now I'm eyeballing it. But I'm a professional. And that looks right. Finally, some cloves. I really like the warmth that they add. Just 1/4 teaspoon of that. Salt, you always need salt. 1.5 teaspoons. Last but not least, for the dry goods, we need some leavener, and I am using 2 teaspoons of baking soda. So right on in. Perfect. Whisk it up really well. You want the spices and leavener to be evenly distributed. That's well combined. Now we can get working on our wet ingredients. The first thing you're going to need are some room temperature eggs. I'm using 4 large eggs. Don't forget, always crack your eggs on a flat surface. If you do it here, you're pushing the shell right on into the inside. These are some pretty bougie eggs. And then just whisk the eggs until they're smooth. Now, you may notice I'm doing this in a stand mixer bowl, mainly because it's the perfect size for this recipe that I'm doing. I also love the higher edges, make it easier to whisk and keep things from flying out when you're mixing them. But you can use any very large bowl that you have in your house. Okay, that's nice and smooth. Now we're going to add a couple ingredients. All the remaining ingredients are what makes this super moist. Starting with some vegetable oil, and I'm going to just drizzle that in while whisking, just to help emulsify it. My bowl is dancing. We're gonna do the same with 2/3 of a cup of just plain old water. Okay. Same thing, you wanna make sure that the water, the oil are very well combined. Up next, sugar, a little bit, 3 cups worth. Listen, this is why it's so good. It's dessert or breakfast. It's totally fine. Then just whisk the sugar in. Really get in there, making sure it's fully combined. Just like that. Last but not least, the star of the show, aside from me, some pumpkin puree. This is a 15-ounce can, and just make sure that it is just plain pumpkin puree. And pumpkin just such a great ingredient because not only is it delicious, but it's another reason why this pumpkin bread is so moist. And just whisk that in, and it will churn this gorgeous pumpkin-y color. Make sure all of the wet ingredients are completely combined at this point so that you don't overmix your dry when we add them in a second. So, I just got a whiff of all those amazing spices. I'll start with the whisk. Once it's mostly combined, then I'll just switch to a spat and give it a last couple of folds to make sure everything is well combined. It's okay if there are some lumps. That's all there is to it. Super simple. Now, I have 2 standard loaf tins here, and they are sprayed with nonstick cooking spray. And just eyeball the batter, dividing it evenly between the 2 pans. Did that pretty perfectly. Okay, clean up your edges if you need to. I like to give it a little tap to get rid of any air bubbles. I'm going to bake these at 350 degrees for about 70 minutes until a toothpick comes out cleanly when inserted into the center. Let's see if I can do both of these at once. I'm so excited to be able to dig into one of these. Once the loaves come out of the oven, let them sit for 15 minutes, then carefully remove them from their pans and put them on a cooling rack. Grab one. Look how gorgeous that inside is. Isn't it pretty? Do that. I think this one is for me. It is so soft, so fluffy. It has a beautiful crumb, it is incredibly moist. I like the middle piece. Give me a scarf, light the fire, and I am one happy person. This makes an incredible snack, an amazing dessert, even toasted in the morning with a little bit of butter for breakfast. Amazing.
Today is getting you ready for the holiday season. From how to get your orders on time,
The race to prepare for a holiday shipping season like no other.
to traveling shortcuts and safety essentials, what you need to know every morning on Today.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds, 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Andrews with everything.
All right, it just did too.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs spill the beans on family secrets to get you ready for Thanksgiving.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
One of the few things that I actually like about summer is the abundance and plentifulness of fruit, specifically sour cherries. Every summer, I make it a point to go sour cherry picking, and the window to do so is literally sometimes 2 days, up to 2 weeks. So I buy it by the bucketfuls and make some jam. By the time the fall rolls around, I have jars upon jars of jam, and I'm always looking for fun ways to use them. And this is one of my favorites, my sour cherry and pistachio bars. The first thing that I need to do is take 1 cup of pistachios. These are roasted and lightly salted, and put them in a mini chopper. You can do this by hand, but this is so much faster. So you just want to pulse this until finely chopped. Totally okay if there's some larger pieces. That is just going to mean we're going to have some really nice texture in our finished bars. That looks great. Now the remaining dry ingredients. Start with the really delicious stuff first. So some sweetened shredded coconut, 1 cup of that as well. Honestly, I call this my sour cherry and pistachio bars, but I really should throw the word coconut in there. Do not discount what this ingredient does for this recipe. It adds an extra layer of sweetness, and it's so delicious. The flavors of all 3 of these are amazing together. Salt, 1 teaspoon. What is a dry ingredient without flour? Okay. Now, since we have larger pieces of nuts and that shredded coconut, the best tool to mix this, your hands. Just make sure everything is evenly incorporated and well distributed so that every bite of these bars has a little bit of all these delicious ingredients in it. I'm gonna just give my hands a quick, just set this aside and time to start working on our remaining ingredients, starting with a stick and a half of unsalted butter. When baking, I always use European style butter if possible. It has a higher fat content and is often more flavorful. Then some more sweet. Half a cup of regular sugar. and a half a cup of packed light brown sugar. But just going to cream this until light and fluffy using a paddle attachment. It's going to take about 3 to 5 minutes depending on how warm your kitchen is. If you don't have a stand mixer, you can use a hand mixer. It'll just take longer and you won't get as well of a nice light and fluffy creamed butter and sugar mixture. Really, I couldn't live without this tool. I love it so much. Mine at home has a name. I miss you, Penny. Always scrape down the sides and the bottoms periodically to make sure everything's being combined evenly. Okay, this looks perfect. Just a couple more ingredients. 1 large egg. And as if these bars weren't flavorful enough, some vanilla extract, 1 teaspoon. Then just mix it combined. Okay, all that's left to do is mix in the dry ingredients. You want to mix these in slowly, on low. You don't want to overbeat the flour mixture. Now for the fun part, to assemble the bars. I have an 8-inch square cake pan, and what I've done is I've lined it with 2 strips of aluminum foil. This is really gonna help make this come out later. Then, just to really make sure it comes out, a quick spritz with some non-stick cooking spray. I'm going to take about 3/4 of this mixture and just flop it on in. Okay, time to get down and dirty. Push it into the bottom of the prepared cake pan. You could even use the back of a measuring spoon to help level. Okay, this looks great. Now for some sour cherry jam, preserves. And I always like to just kind of give it a stir to loosen it, which will make it easy to spread. So I'm using about 2/3 of a cup of the jam, just a nice, even, thin coating. Then what truly makes these super stunning is the crumb topping, which is just the same mixture we've already created. So just break it into little abstract clusters and let it fall onto the jam. Make sure you leave some of that beautiful jam exposed. Okay, this looks really good. I'm going to put this in a 350-degree oven for about 30 to 35 minutes until the top is lightly golden brown. How beautiful does this look? I've removed them from the pan, carefully removed the foil. They're super delicate, so you want to make sure that they are fully cool before you cut them. Just going to carefully slide it onto my cutting board. And then just cut them into 9 equal bars. Doesn't that look beautiful? And I promise you, it tastes even better than it looks. These truly are so delicious. It really is the ultimate flavor combination. The jam, the pistachios, the coconut, sweet, salty, and the perfect gift.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go!
We're going to kick off the Pink Power and Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
What's the best thing about being this age? You have nothing to prove because you already proved it.
What does it feel like to be in a city that you love so much?
I am humbly proud that I stuck up for my town.
We all have the honor of helping reopen the doors.
Broadway is back!
Cooking up a storm with Al Roker, a Thanksgiving feast and a podcast. Listen now.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work, or is this going to backfire?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds, 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the banner deliberations.
All right, anticipated too.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go! International Day of the Girl.
The strength and courage of these women is remarkable.
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference?
Believe in yourself. You can make it happen.
There are not too many things more comforting than a warm glass of cider on a cool fall day. And not only is this recipe delicious, it is going to make your home smell amazing, like the best fall candle you've ever gotten in your life. And the best part, it's super easy and all takes place in a slow cooker. The first thing I'm going to do is slice an orange into 1/4-inch rounds or so. Get rid of the bitter ends, actually. And this is just a large navel orange. No need to peel it. And that's going to go right into the bottom of a slow cooker. Up next, some spices. These whole spices are going to permeate throughout the cider and just infuse it. It's so delicious. So I'm using cinnamon sticks, 6 of them. Six whole cloves. A star anise, which I'm not normally the biggest fan of, but in something like this, it just imparts just a subtle flavor and it's super delicious. And some whole allspice, 4 to be exact. Now, apple cider is sweet on its own, but I'm going to add just a 1/4 cup of dark brown sugar for extra sweetness and subtle molassesy flavor. Up next, some spiced rum. And this gives it the spiked part of the cider. So 3/4 cup. And even though we're gonna cook this for 2 hours, you're still going to have alcohol left behind. Believe it or not, it's not going to fully cook off. So pour that right on in. And you can't have apple cider without apple cider. So 1/2 gallon. Just pour that in. Done. All that's left to do is to pop on the lid and put this on high for 2 hours, then switch it to warm, and it's ready to be served whenever you're ready to serve it. So now I have 2 hours to just clean up and relax.
Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker, a Thanksgiving feast and a podcast. Listen now.
Today is getting you ready for the holiday season. From how to get your orders on time,
The race to prepare for a holiday shipping season like no other.
to traveling shortcuts and safety essentials, what you need to know. Every morning on Today.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Vanderbilt Democrats.
All right, it just did too.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work, or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Not only are you not going to go to a party empty-handed, I'm going to show you how to bouge things up so people think, wow, he really cares. So the first thing I'm going to do is wrap up the pumpkin bread. I wrapped it in some just craft paper, which you can get at any local craft store. It's still in its foil, which will keep the paper from getting ruined. And then I just went through the craft store and was like, oh, this looks like fall. That looks like fall. And I'm just gonna wrap it up. So this is just some simple twine. They come in all different sizes, shapes, and colors. And just give it a few twists. I like to do, when it's thin like this, multiple times in one direction. And then the equal amount in the opposite direction. Cut it, and then just fold it under. Then just a quick couple of nuts. Trim the excess, flip it over. And I found these cute little maple leaf tags, perfect for fall. And I'll just tie that in the center. I think I like the little excess. And then, just because I'm extra, that's the loaf. For the bars, I'm just using one of these boxes that I found at the same craft store, and I folded some parchment to be able to slide it in and create a barrier for the bars so that they don't leave oil splotches, and then just stack them in. Then I fold this over. These bars are so beautiful that I really wanted something with a see-through top so that I can admire my work. Just like that. So just close the lid. And how great does that look? My cousin's gonna love that. And last but not least, the cider. It still smells so good. It's cooled completely so that I can package it. And I'm just gonna ladle it into a pretty mason jar. This is great because it'll keep fresh in the fridge for 3 days. I got these little fabric swatches. Just secure it on with the lid. And then because I love to serve this with a cinnamon stick, I like to tie one to the side of the jar. Just like that. Look at all these beautifully wrapped fall treats. Now you have no excuse to ever show up empty-handed to a party again.